What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the lab. I'm your host, Joshua Diaz, and we have a great show for you tonight. Wonderful guests in the house, and you may or may not have seen them before, but I'm guessing that you probably have. Let me bring them up here, and we will get going. Let's see here. Where are my... Take this down. It's interesting. Okay, I don't know. Here we go. Hey, what's going on, guys? How are you?
Good. How's everything?
I don't know.
What's up, Josh?
The thing on the side where the speaker view and all that stuff is just completely froze on me. So my triumphant intro sucked, but that's okay. I don't mind. So we have Chris McDonough of the Interview Room. Good to see you.
Good to be seen.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. And we of the Cold Case Foundation, of the Interview Room, homicide detective, and we have Dr. Gary Brucato, forensic psychologist and author of The New Evil. And he is
also the Cold Case Foundation.
Also on the Cold Case Foundation. And I know you guys are also working on a project as well. Mm-hmm. And but it's good to see both of you guys. How are you, Chris?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for the invite, Josh. And what's up, Lab Rats? I love coming over here, hanging out with you.
Always have fun, man.
I get to decompress over here,
yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
I do.
That Gary decompresses all the time when he's here. He
more like depresses, I think.
And Gary, how are you, Dr. Gary?
Well, I've been very busy. I'm getting ready for my trip to California soon, and you might have seen that I was in The Sun. They did like a feature in The Sun.
I saw that.
And I was on a couple of shows, and a couple other things. I was on CBS out in LA. But one thing that I think people will really enjoy is if you look at the podcast series that's called The Trial, which was really done by the Daily Mail. The fourth episode was all about Chris Watts. I do the analysis, and I've never talked about my opinions on Chris Watts before, so it was kind of fun, to give those opinions for the first time of what I thought was going on there, based on available information, and they really like it. So you might want to take a look.
Yeah. Where are you going in Cali?
Going to LA to see someone. Spend
sorry to hear that.
He's actually gonna come. He's gonna come hang out with me, and we're gonna share a hotel room together. Apparently,
I can't wait to hear that.
That's not.
Sorry, that's not happening. I forgot.
The Californians.
Yeah.
That's a little weird, Josh. But I am thinking about going to CrimeCon, and because
that is weird.
We have the book coming out, and I know our publisher will be there selling the book. It'd be kind of cool to meet some of the fans and maybe sign it. You and I, if we're both there, are really the names that they'll most want on the book because we're the people on the cover, we're the editors. And then,
did you guys take? Is it your names, or is there going to be like a photo, like of you two back to back, like on Lethal Weapon, like Danny Glover and Mel Gibson?
No,
more like planes, trains, and automobiles. Those
aren't pillows.
we took to be honest with you, one of the things that I was most proud of was that when we started to put that book together, I realized like the character of a lot of the people of the people generally that are in the foundation. I mean, nobody wanted a penny. All the proceeds go to the foundation. Everybody busted their butt for like almost 2 years on that book for no reason other than to help the foundation. And it was like, check your ego at the door, right? Like, like this is a team project. Nobody's the best, right? Like whatever and I think I really got the sense reading what people wrote, how extraordinary they are. I mean, every one of them is like top of the field. That book that we're doing is like a who's who of experts. I mean, you know what I'm saying? There's no
How many
folks who some of the
heavy hitters?
There's 16 authors. You can mention the authors, right?
Well, I mean we
some
have
of them.
Yeah, I mean it starts with a intro by John Douglas, who was the chairman emeritus, and then Greg, who took over, the BAU, right, and now runs the foundation. And then we have, writing that he did with Dean, Vernon Gayberth, the great Vernon Gayberth. I did a chapter with Ann Burgess on Lizzie Borden. I did a chapter on Jack the Ripper with Francine Bardole. Francine did an amazing chapter on DNA. David Rivers did an amazing chapter on forensic entomology. Karen Elliott did a great one on blood. Catherine Ramsland wrote a whole bunch of chapters with Victor Petrecka, Greg, and Alone, including an amazing one on Dennis Rader and false case linkage, which I loved. I thought it was a great chapter. There's a great chapter by Ed Norscombe on
Fire,
which is amazing. I loved that chapter. I loved Dr. Gray's chapter on everything you could tell about a dead body. I loved the chapter I did with Dr. Khedivi, on psychosis and how it isn't true that a crime scene is necessarily disorganized if you're psychotic, because you could have delusions that are organized. So that's a little bit of a myth. It's great stuff, I'm telling you. And the way we're envisioning it is it's going to be like, I think, a kind of like a book that's used like in a standard way. Like people will study it, I think. And
it is. It's got a textbook flavor simultaneously, an easy read, but it would give people. I don't think anybody's ever done anything like this.
Are you allowed to say the name of the book or not yet?
Well, we haven't. We have to get approved on the title, which, so let's wait on that. But it's like, I'm telling you, it's a who's who of prominent people, because the Cold Case Foundation is a who's who. So by having these different authors come out, I mean, and do this together, it was just amazing. And I don't think some of us have ever written together.
Well, that's the crazy part, is that I did.
It was like herding cats, but it was done. We did it.
I'm very familiar with the foundation. I've actually taken a course through the foundation that Chris offered to me, which was, it was awesome. We spent the afternoon doing that, and just incredible teachers and things like that. But I had no idea how many people were. I mean, it's a big foundation.
It's a big foundation, yeah. And we just get the most amazing people that reach out from the public, and there's at the end of the book, after this excellent chapter that Catherine and Victor and Greg did on a Native American case to draw attention to the Native American work, there's this really great thing at the end where it gives all the instructions on how to petition the foundation, or even how to donate, because people are going to want to do that. I had somebody write to me, Chris, I didn't talk to you about it yet, who they said something like, if I'm writing my will and I want to donate my money to have a DNA lab built for the foundation, can I do that? I was like, here, I'll give you an email address. I mean, people are amazing, the things that they...
Absolutely.
I mean, God bless them, the thing. So I'm very proud of it, but it really made me understand the caliber of people that are in that foundation. And there is not one of them that I don't think has their heart in it. That not one of them that I think doesn't teach from authority, no phonies, all people that really know their stuff and really help people have amazing valor in their fields and all that, and just getting them together in one volume has just made me very proud.
Well, I really look forward to getting it, reading it, and I'm looking forward to seeing your guys' contributions also.
Oh yeah, Chris can write. Chris can write. Did you know that?
I did actually know that. I've read some. I think I've read some blogs that Chris has done before.
He writes very musical. So
I've read a lot of Karen's stuff as well.
Yes. Musical write well, in my experience, because their language flow is very musical.
Well, I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm also a budding author.
And you're a drummer.
Writing about camels.
I know.
And so
nice.
Look forward to that book coming out as well. It's not
a package deal with the Cold Case Foundation book. It'll be
the crime that we're going to talk about is Jesus's birth and crucifixion. So maybe CrimeCon will invite me for that as well. But speaking of camels and dumb. I don't know if camels are dumb or not, but I'm going to tell you really quick, and then we'll go over. We'll do some call-ins, and then we're going to do a little different format tonight. Not completely different, but just we're going to just sort of have some different flow to it here. But I was going to tell both of you, and I don't know because I haven't talked to either one of you about this, but I talked about it on my. Yeah, exactly. I didn't feel like bother. I felt like I'd bother you on the air instead. But the other night, I had to rush Otis to the emergency animal hospital again for the second time in, I don't know, 6 months, bro. I think the last time, maybe 7. Last time was December, and this is about the 4th or 5th emergency visit. But he got into some grapes, and
dangerous.
Grapes for dogs will shut down their kidneys. And so we reckon that he ate about 10 or so. And he's not a big guy. He's not a big dog, So anyway, I called the emergency vet, and they said to give him hydrogen peroxide to induce vomiting. So I had him in a headlock, and I was spraying hydrogen peroxide down his throat, and he was sort of foaming at the mouth, and the whole thing was a disaster. So I became impatient within 2 or 3 minutes. They said, "Oh, give it about 15 minutes." I said, "Nah, we're going to the ER, And what it was there were my grandmother's grapes that were in a bowl that she left on her side table. Sure. And while nobody was in there, he got up and got into them. So anyway, we get him to the ER.
That's really scary.
She says, "How many grapes did he swallow?" I said, "I don't know, at least 10." She goes, "Okay." So they gave him a shot to throw up, and this is the craziest thing. She takes him in the back room. She comes out, and she has like kind of a weird look on her face, and she says to me, "How long ago did he eat those grapes?" And I said, "I don't know, 30, 40 minutes ago." And she says, "Okay." She goes, "Well, he didn't throw any up." She goes, "When did you give him his kibble?" She called it kibble. I said, "I don't know, about 5 o'clock. It was about 7:30 at this time." She goes, "Because he threw that up." I said, "Okay." And she goes, "There's no grapes in there." And I said, "Well, I don't know how that's possible." And she goes, I don't know. I have no idea. So I call the house, and I said, "Hey, can you do me a favor? I said, can you go check over on his bed for me?" Otis had hidden the grapes, not ate one of them, but he hid the grapes in between his two beds because he didn't have enough time to eat them. He was going to come back for them later.
I do that.
Yeah. So, I couldn't believe it.
So meanwhile, you're pouring peroxide.
I'm pouring peroxide, injecting him with stuff.
And he's going, "What the heck are you doing, Dad? I just had kibble."
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not eating the kibble anymore. That's over.
Exactly.
Wow.
He had hidden them. He's a grape smuggler.
Of course he is. That's since high school.
The vet actually started laughing at me.
Yeah, well, it's okay. It's a natural reaction.
Well, we were all very on edge. Let's just put it that way. But it was pretty traumatic. And then, after that, he was really saving them. He's hidden stuff before. Like this isn't the first time. So then when she said there's no grapes in there, I said that can't be possible because they're all gone out of the bowl. And I even looked, like a quick once over, but grapes are very poisonous for dogs. Like they're extremely poisonous. And when they ingest them and start to digest them or, get them into their system, it'll shut down their kidneys like pretty quick.
They're dangerous.
It's very dangerous. So I didn't feel like I had a lot of time to, mosey about. And I just had assumed that he just demolished them because he's done that stuff before too. So anyway, he's fine. I'm fine.
We're all fine.
Everybody's fine.
Now he walks by looking at you like jerk.
Oh, Chris, when it looked like I poured a bottle of Mountain Dew down his throat.
Oh
like
yeah,
he was,
pretzel boy.
He was spitting it out. He's going.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
you know,
he's gonna potty in your living room just for that.
He already did. I told him, I said, I'm doing this because I love you. That's why I was like yelling at him. You should have seen me when I walked into the vet. I had him in one hand, the bottle of peroxide in the other, like this. And I'm like, where are we going? Which room are we going to? The lady told me we're designated examine room 3 now. Like that's just our room. So we just head right to examine room 3 from now on because, because
I'm glad you're okay, and I'm glad he's okay. That's there's a happy ending at the end of this.
He's okay.
It's very stressful. It's extremely stressful.
He's okay. I'm not. I'm still.
He's a goober, but he,
the things we do for our dogs.
Yeah. Well, that's a thing called. What happened to him is called toxicosis. And all of those Vitis fruits are extremely toxic to the kidney in dogs. All of them, not just grapes. Any Vitis genus fruit, like a raisin, a Coranus.
It turns basically into what is it? Arsenic?
No, it's called. I can't remember what the heck it's called. The chemical that's in it, tartaric acid. Tartaric acid. It's. I mean, we could eat it, but a dog can't. It makes the dog puke, get belly pain, things like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
there's another terminology for it.
Pain in the assness.
No, it's ficus autis. Otis.
Ficus autis.
Ficus otis.
Yeah. No, it's. I mean, as a plant person. I've never been able to have pets.
How come? Why aren't you able to have pets, Gary? I didn't know this.
Many of the plants that I have are toxic. Like philodendron, for example, you'd never be able to have.
You got marijuana in there? You got tie stick in there? What do you got?
There are a lot of very common houseplants that are
hash.
Really dangerous.
Gary's firing up the pipe on the weekend.
Firing it up, yeah, exactly. Got a gravity bong in his bathroom. But this sounds like an underwater geyser. Well, you didn't hear the story about when Gary went to the Home Depot and freaked all the workers. He freaked all the workers out by telling them that you could kill people with these plants.
Yes, yeah. Because you have to understand that one of the things I'm going to say, I'm not going to say Home Depot, but one of the things I'm going to say in the book is that in the chapter about how messed up you get doing this work, I'm going to say that I was with somebody in a store, and this wasn't a Home Depot. I was in a department store where I said,
"Is it a CBD store?"
No, but I said a store like a Home Depot. I said, to give you an example of what it's like to be in my head, point to something in this place, and I'll be able to tell you a murder and somebody committed with it.
Oh my God!
And it didn't matter what it was. If it was the microwave, I said, okay, China Arnold killed her infant with a microwave, and next.
You said that to somebody?
Yeah, we know each other a long time. And the thing, I was trying to make a point that there's nothing in the store that hasn't been used. Technology in every way has been used. Everything, nails, saws, chains, everything, all of it. And the plants too. A lot of those plants are deadly.
All right, ice pick.
That's too easy. Richard Kokinski used to use ice pick to jab people in the ear because he felt that the tiny little head of it in the ear was undetectable. Chris, you remember him, right? The Iceman, Richard Kokinski.
I try not to remember these guys like you.
I know. The point is, there is nothing. If you listen, you were a homicide cop for a long time, okay?
Couple weekends.
You gotten to the point? Yeah, a couple of weekends. Is there any object in the house that you didn't see somebody use for violence at this point?
I've seen a lot.
Everything.
A lot.
A guitar?
People are very well. I don't think I ever had a guitar.
I saw somebody cracked over the head with an electric guitar once.
What were they playing? Were they playing Smoke on the Water really bad?
Inagata DeVito.
The person used it as a weapon in the middle. Yes, but especially with drugs are involved, people can pick anything up and get
tweakers are amazing. They're
they have superhuman strength sometimes.
Well, and
I mean, I don't think it's superhuman because it's drug induced.
You know what I mean? They have abnormal levels of energy sometimes. The things they could do are extraordinary. But Chris, I'll tell you, from interviewing cops for that chapter, the few that I've talked to, almost uniformly, they say the most dangerous thing that they encountered was domestic violence situations. Yeah. They all say, there was a time I was almost killed. And I say, when? Was it a holdup? Was it a terrorist thing? Was it? Nope. I walked into a TV situation. I thought I was going to get killed. And also, the other thing one of them told me was that they walked into a situation where the father was holding a weapon to the kid. Yeah. And it became like a hostage situation where they had a reason with this guy, let the kid go.
Chris said that most of his hostage negotiations were with people and their families, correct, Chris?
Yeah, the majority of them are, they want to unalive themselves.
Yeah, yeah, which is just...
It's very rare that you ever get a criminal who runs into... I had a homicide suspect one time. His name was Tony Estrada. And he was running towards a hospital. It was basically one of these 24-hour, places. And Bakersfield PD, actually, they're a fugitive apprehension team. A guy rolls up in this is right out of this should have been in a book. He rolls up in a Firebird, the old Firebirds, and it's he's undercover. He's part of this team. He pulls along the suspect as the suspect is running towards this building, and he caps him right through the boom. It's a through and through in the neck, and bad guy tumbles. Long story short, my phone rings. Hey, we got your guy. I'm like, cool. He goes, well, we got a little problem. Well, what do you mean? And that guy survived. He took a round through and through, didn't hit any vital organs, did not paralyze him, nothing. And within 2 days, I was interviewing him at the ICU. Unbelievable. Wow. This is the guy that whacked the cab driver.
Wait a minute.
Shot him 6 times from the back seat.
I have it in my list here. I have it right here. It was in Claremont. Of course you do. It's right. I'm looking at it. Does that surprise you? Good luck.
No, that's my point. Yeah, no.
And I have it right here. It says that it was San Diego. He stabbed his longtime girlfriend. Estrella. Yeah, and set the Claremont home ablaze.
He was a serial killer. He killed like 4 people.
This is a crazy story. And it says that he killed Margaret Pappas, who was his live-in girlfriend for 14 years. But the best part of the story is that before he set the place on fire, he freed their pet birds.
That's nice of him. What a good guy.
And he whacked some other people too, Gary. What else does it say about him?
Freed their pet birds?
I don't have that. What I have is that...
you have the cab driver? Where he whacked the cab driver?
Are you sure you got the name right? Because this guy... this is a stabbing of his girlfriend in Claremont, San Diego. And then set the place on fire after freeing the birds from the cages.
Freeing the birds.
Which I love. And then to turn himself in later. It doesn't say he killed other people, so I'm going to research that. But that's what I have in my list here.
This would have been 92. Yeah. Antonio Estrella, and my victim's name.
Oh, that's different.
Estrella. I'm curious now if you have it.
Okay.
It would have been May of 92.
All right, let me look. I'll search by the year within the area. Hold on, look in my database.
It was May 10th, 92.
I can't believe that there are people that love birds.
He whacked like 4 people. And my guy was
serial killer. Definitely a serial killer.
Yeah, I mean, he whacked. Well, you have to look him up. People can look him up. But my victim's name, you can look up the victim, Roderick Thompson.
Okay. I don't know that. I wouldn't. I often have initials, things like that in my listing, but I'm going to look it up because when I have a case missing, I like to make sure it's in there. No, because that data is super important. It really is. Well, I wanted to ask you guys before we jump in. Because I know someone's going to ask about this.
Well, let me
Yeah,
Go ahead and do that, and then I will go over whatever
Yeah. I was just going to ask: are we open to talking about Koberger tonight?
We're open any true crime topic, and that's what I'm saying. So tonight, for the Collins, we're going to stick to true crime topics, and we're going to try and move through the calls with decent. I'm feeling really bad for letting people stay on the line too long, and I feel bad about it. I'm not trying to rush people off, and I don't want to do that. I won't rush you, but we're gonna move it along, and we're gonna keep it.
Gosh.
Thanks. We're gonna keep it true crime related, and Dr. Gary cannot give you clinical advice, and
I will not, for reasons that have to do with my particular specialty areas. I have been advised that it would be wise for me not to comment on Clancy.
Yeah, well,
because the questions in that case are ones where there are very few experts that specialize in those areas, and those are my specialty areas. So I've been told probably a bad idea to comment. It could influence too much, so I won't.
Well, I look, I've talked about that case a little bit, and but I'm no expert on it. So if somebody wants to give their thoughts, that's fine. But I don't think that that's completely fine. So we'll try to move through calls. Let me put it out there.
Yeah, but I have a lot to say about Koberger, I must say, and I have a lot to say about Guthrie, of course, Josh. Yes, I'm an authority on psychosis. Gigi, that's my whole thing. Psychosis.
Not only an authority, he has it.
No, I spent 15 years of my life only researching and treating the relationship between psychosis and violence. People don't realize, Josh, I used to be the assistant director of the early psychosis clinic at Columbia Medical Center. That's all I did for like a decade.
That's why he hangs out with us.
I think sometimes I truly think that he's writing like a secret.
Gary's writing a project on us. I'm sure of it somewhere.
That's what I was thinking. That's sort of what I was thinking.
Like if you could enlarge my notebook, you would see that it says diagnosis: 2 lip diddling loons. Like it's right there. Like you're both completely out there. But I think it's best for me not to comment on that. You guys could, but I did want to ask you. What is going on with this thing of that every day, people are trying to take these old stories on Guthrie and Koberger and make them sound new and rehash them like they're like, is there anything actually new coming out about either of them at this point?
Well, look, the Koberger thing, there's a new Netflix documentary that just dropped. And
I mean, like news, like developments in the news. Because it's like it just feels like keeping these stories in the front page.
No, not really.
I have something new, but I'm not going to talk about it tonight.
Guthrie?
Why would you do that? No, I'm just kidding. You have a show tomorrow.
Tomorrow night.
Yeah, you have a show tomorrow. Of course.
You mean on Guthrie?
Yeah.
Well, you listen. You guys are making news on, as far as I'm concerned, you're making news on John Bonet, and why it's not getting wider press. I have no idea. I mean, I think. One of the major outlets needs to do a special story. In fact, maybe I should mention it to.
When it's all over, they will.
That's what I'm saying. It will. I mean, it will. All right, let's take our first call.
Gee, I wonder who it is.
Hi, caller. Go ahead. You're on the air. Hello.
Surprise.
Is it me?
Of course.
No, who else would it be?
Oh, I don't know. You didn't say Joey or what? Okay. Hi, guys. Hello.
I was trying to surprise Dr. Gary.
Okay.
Beyond surprises.
Hi. Hey, Josh, whenever you do the shutdown on the calls, just give us like a countdown or a heads up or something like that, just so I can wind it down.
No problem.
Big bear hug to you, Chris.
Good to hear your voice, buddy.
And really quick, just got to give you a congrats and a thumbs up for the hard work you do on this Keeping Arizona on the Guthrie case. It's very challenging to come up with creative shows to keep everyone intrigued, and you managed to pull it off. So big thumbs up on that. And Josh and Josh and Dr. Gary are participants in that. So I'm trying to speed it up. So let me see here. A couple. Oh, so here's a bit. True
Take
crime.
your time, Joey.
I'm always about
complex. They gave
I'm
you
always about. Yeah. Well, I'm a Badger, right? So tomorrow's a big day. So I want to see if you guys know who's tomorrow's birthday. It's a trivia question.
Was it August 10th? August 9th? What is it?
I'm in a rush, right? So let me just say it. So tomorrow, I'm joking. No, it's kind of sad, right?
It's your birthday.
Tomorrow, no, it's a big deal. Tomorrow would have been Kaylee. It just shows you how time passes. Tomorrow would have been Kaylee Anthony's 21st birthday. Isn't that insane?
Wow.
Oh,
it's insane. It's insane.
I thought you were going to say Whitney Houston. I know I saw her birthday is tomorrow, but it's interesting. Really,
that's kind of true crimey, right? Yeah, she died in the bathtub. That's true crime in a way. Yeah.
Well, I don't think it was a crime.
Yeah.
That's so sad. I hate that case. It's like one of the only cases that makes me like nauseated. I feel that was I don't know.
What a great movie, The Bodyguard. The great song.
Yeah. No. But the Anthony case is.
The Anthony case is something. Yeah, every so often she pops up on TMZ shopping at Costco and stuff with some new boyfriend. And before I forget, Chris, how's Bob Gilliam doing? I do miss him. I think everybody misses him. Is he okay? Whatever's going on with him, maybe he's listening.
He's blown his knee out.
Mm.
Yeah.
All right.
Good old Bob.
I guess he's popping up, but yeah, we're all good.
Well, can I ask something, Chris? That I actually, it's the kind of thing I love to ask Chris. Chris, if you were on that case, on the Anthony case, because if it had happened in your area, I think you would have been on it. It was a kid case, right?
Yep.
Would you have done anything differently?
It's always shoulda, coulda, would have.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have. The one thing I'm not is, well, I want to be careful how I answer obviously, as you can tell, go figure.
You don't have to answer it if you don't want to. I just was curious if, with your background, what you would have done. I mean, the way they found the kid with the tape and remember that whole story of how they found her and everything?
Refresh my memory.
I remember everything about it.
Let Josh knows it like the back of his hand. He can.
They found her on the side of the road, about 20 feet off. It was a meter reader found her put into a bag with duct tape over her head, covering her mouth, and there was actually an outline of a little heart sticker over her mouth. They searched for her for 9 months. And she was less than a mile from her house, off the side of the road.
Thrown like trash, like absolute trash, like garbage.
Pulled up on the side of the road.
Garbage that was love, though.
She was in the trunk of that car.
Why do I say that?
Because she was loved by some people.
Well, she had a heart underneath the tape.
You mean that it's almost like an undoing quality?
Well, it's the the murder's been accomplished, so I love you. The heart's placed over the lips, and then it's taped down over the lips.
I'm on a time clock.
That was her disconnect.
Well. Then all I'll say then to move us.
Your
along.
time stops when other people talk, Joey.
Right, but Joey, just to move us along, I will say that the reason I asked is because that case. Is the one case that I always think if I had been asked, like if they had found that little girl and not known what happened to her, I mean, we don't technically, and they had asked me to say what I think happened, I think I would have strongly considered the possibility that some kind of pervert had gotten to her because she was, there was the tape and dumped on the side of the road. I mean, Chris, I'm sure you know that couldn't be taken off the table when it first happened. That they would have thought of that. Right.
Yeah, and so that's why you line up mom and you listen very carefully to the, you know, the idiosyncrasies. It's just like Michael Vaughn.
Right.
You know, the world knows now because it's out how he was found.
Yeah, terrible. Well, I also think that that's the case with Summer Wells. I don't think she's very far from her house at all.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. And for me, I think he took her way off of that property, or somebody took her off.
I think she's off the property, but I don't think, like, you know, I don't think she's out of state or anything like that. I don't think that she's far off.
Yeah, no. I've always been curious about the cemetery.
Yeah, they bring that up every now and then.
I think. Oh no, I don't want. Let me not take us off of too far afield. So go
All
on.
right, sorry, Joey. Go ahead.
No, yeah, but despite the murder, the most despicable thing she did was what she did to her father and her parents, putting, you know, just totally despicable.
Yeah, it was awful.
Before I get to my question, a couple of things, because it was bothering me all day to the point where I rewatched the documentary. Amanda Knox, I wanted to ask what your guys' take was on this comedy show she just did called Cartwheel. You know, to me, Amanda Knox is. I've always had mixed feelings, but then I hear the facts of the case, and I watch the documentary and whatever, and the DNA evidence, and I understand that she's innocent. And with John Douglas is very much an advocate for her. But you know, this she's doing. I don't know if you guys heard. She did this comedy show. They tried to stop it. She did it. It was called Cartwheel. It was I think it was last night, and she's cracking jokes, and she's just supposedly she does definitely bring up the murder case of Meredith Kercher. The family did not want her to talk about it. It might have been not distasteful. I don't know, but you know what, guys, it's just kind of like the Mel Koberger thing for me. It's just kind of like you went through such a hell in Italy and you've survived that. Why are you going to antagonize the family and the public and bring attention to more noise to your life? It's very disturbing to me, because it makes me question again, you know, how much of a jerk is this? I mean, how, you know, I know she's innocent, but there's something.
But Joey, is she really innocent? Why did she blame Lumumba? Why did she do that? Why did she blame an innocent man for the crime?
I agree with you, and that's where I get. But then I just watched it before I called you guys. I
don't think she's as innocent as she portrays. I think that Raphael Solecito had a fascination with knives and killing and things like that. And I think that, you know, I don't know how much of the I don't know how much of the crime she's guilty of, but I don't think she's as innocent as she portrays herself.
Unfortunately, Josh, I'm with you, and it bothers me that I'm with you on that, because then I hear that she had all this evidence. I guess the semen and the DNA of this guy, Rudy Guede, or what?
Rudy.
He did 16 years. He got out, and just so you guys know, I went and did a little research before calling the show, and he actually is now on a court case for sexual assault on someone he was dating. So he definitely has a history of this. But the thesis of what I was bringing up about this Cartwheel show is, why do it? Why are you doing that?
And there are people in the chat saying she's innocent. If she's innocent, then why did she blame an innocent man and let him sit in jail? She knew the man was not guilty of that crime. And so innocent people don't do that. I'm sorry. They just don't.
Someone called once I'm a New Yorker, about Bernard Goetz. Anybody who knows the Bernard Goetz story, this guy was mugged a few times. He brought a gun, attempted mugging. He shot the kids, and he ended up getting off. I think right now he's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, like Serpico with the bird. We're talking to the birds he owns, but still he did this. And the thing is, to me, what she's doing, that's almost like Bernard Goetz going on some kind of like self-defense subway tour with like the Guardian Angels or something. It's like, you got off, enjoy your life, go hibernate somewhere and be happy.
Well,
it's very a comedy show to top it off. A comedy show, and she says she's doing it for her daughter. So I mean, it's just very. I'm sorry. I just feel it's very weird, inappropriate, And I don't know. I just wanted to bring it up because you guys should look it up. It's called Cartwheel, and it's very strange that she complains about all the negativity, but then she's out there doing that. If I'm having a problem with Honey Badger and Chris is having a problem being cantankerous, we're not going to go on some tour like the Cantankerous Honey Badger tour and have like, what is it? Like, who's this guy? Charlie Sheen. He can open up. We can call the tour Winning.
Joey, you're going to be my tour manager.
I'm going to be a tour. Let me rush it here. I want to get to the question, but let me rush it because I always like to give book recommendations, and I got to recommend this book to you guys, especially you, Dr. Gary. And it's called, because I don't think you have it, because it's very esoteric. Remember St. Mark's bookstore? They closed it down.
Yes, one of my closest friends was the manager because I worked at family had a bookstore.
It was the greatest place to find really odd stuff, you know.
I know it's
and there's a book that the chat also you guys can get it. The chat can get it also because I checked. It's very hard to get, but you can get it on Amazon. And it's called Lustmord, The Writings and Artifacts of Murderers. And it's not written by someone don't do that. It's academic, Gary. Don't start. You trust me. This is right up your alley. You're going to thank me.
That's not why I'm making a face. I think it's funny that you don't think I would have it.
Do you have it?
I have it. Yes, I do.
Well, good. Congratulations.
In fact, the next time we have an episode, I'm going to take out the from the library in the back and show it on the air.
Listen, it's a challenge for me to try to find something you don't have. You were talking about.
I got it on eBay.
Do you have Curtis? This is a new one. I can't pronounce this. It's a Greek name. Tony Curtis case. The book. You don't have this one because it's new.
No.
Caritas and Me, enduring 63 hours at gunpoint. Chris, you're gonna want this book.
That
Chris.
one I don't have. No.
It's written by Dick. It's written by Dick Hall. You're gonna want this one. It's about the guy who they wouldn't give him a bank loan, so he went to the bank and took the guy who wouldn't give him the loan. He put a shotgun to his head with a wire, and three days he ended up negotiating him off and stuff. So you have that book. Well, that sucks. Did you watch the In Search of thing? I emailed you In Search of Sherlock Holmes.
No,
Leonard Nimoy. Well, watch it. I sent it to you. I go out of my way doing these things.
You mean Dr. Spock?
Yeah, Dr. Spock. I went out of my way to do that. You can watch it sometime. Okay. And a recommendation to the chat and everybody is a movie. Let's see if you saw this one. It's hard to find. It's almost impossible to find. You can find it on YouTube. It's called Collectors, and I recommend that you watch it, Gary, because you like collecting things. Mm-hmm. It's Murderabilia Collectors, and it's about a funeral director who encourages people to paint and make drawings to all like Richard Ramirez, Henry Lucas.
Yeah. This is on Netflix, you said?
You can on YouTube. You can see it. It was done in the year 2000. So listen, there's a lot of movies when you go to YouTube called The Collectors and Collectors. Make sure you put Collectors, Julian Hobbs, and you'll find it. It's not the greatest documentary in the world. As it's editing, it's not very sophisticated in its editing, but it's a very interesting movie. This guy made a murder board game with all the serial killers. They banned it in Canada. You guys would really like it. Let me get to my question now. I'm so worried. I feel like I'm on Wheel of Fortune or something. I'm waiting for what's her name? Vanna White to show up. Let me see here. All right. I want to talk about this guy. I want to exercise Dr. Gary's brain.
Oh, God.
Well, I saw this thing, man. There's this book. You're into Sherlock Holmes. A quote from the book, "The Adventure of the Mazarin Stone." Did you read that?
Of course, I know it very intimately.
Of course you do. Anyway,
there's a bear crap in the woods.
Right.
Sherlock Holmes is my favorite, so yes, of course I know it.
We know.
So there's a quote: "I am a brain, Watson. The rest of me is mere appendix." So that's kind of you, right? Everything I say, you know it. So you're like an appendix. You're like going to the old libraries in the index thing. Why do I even bother? Why do I bother?
What do you think he meant by that?
Ahead. Say it again.
What do you think he meant that everything else was an appendix?
I just said it. It means like you know everything. You're like a library. You're like those when you go to the library, you spend the whole day drinking water with the homeless people. Listen, let me get to my question. It's going to be about. Listen, you got the. I got to apologize. You managed to pull out the
lunacy in you.
the honey badger in me, and I wanted to keep myself contained, and I apologize. Let me control myself now.
You're good.
I think it's the time clock in Vanna White. So I want to ask about, and it's hard to pronounce it, but of course the appendix can do that for me. Hybristophilia. You're going to give me an appendix problem with how much you know.
Want me to tell you what that means?
No, I know what it means. Why don't you pronounce it right? Go ahead. Show me how to pronounce it.
Hybristophilia.
Okay, very good. So that's the I do know about this a lot. It's the paraphilia involving sexual or romantic attraction to people in jail. People like these people fall in love with people in prison and committed violent crimes. So here's the question. Before I'm not going to take off. I'm going to hang around. Are those kind of romantic relationships unconscious quests for unresolved trauma bonds, or can people seeking these relationships actually have a desire for true love?
Yeah, I can answer that. Do you want me to?
I would like you to.
Is there more to the question?
That's enough.
Okay.
Oh, wait. I'd like to give personal stories. Here's a personal story. There's more to the question and a personal story, and I'll shut up. When I was at CIW in Corona, Correctional Institution for Women,
it's still there.
Joe Pesci. A lot of people don't know this. He left his movie career because his ex-wife tried to murder her husband, who was a stuntman, and he stayed by her side, Joe Pesci, and he would visit her. He stopped making movies, and he would just visit her every weekend. He was always there. He would be visiting her, and then after she got out, he went and made The Irishman. She was released that year. Then he went and did The Irishman. But the reason I'm telling you that little personal story is because men also, women are not the only people who fall for people who are incarcerated. Men also have this weird pathology, and I almost wonder if part of it could be part of some kind of trauma bond from our childhood that we're trying to reinstigate or relive. So what do you guys have to say about it? Yeah, I'm going to be quiet. Go ahead.
Well, that's a psychological phenomenon. I mean, I could speak to it quite a lot, but I don't know if Josh or Chris want to say anything before I answer that.
No, I'm good.
Chris, you want to? So I'll give you the quick answer. So hybristophilia, first of all, that word gets a little overused because it's an actual paraphilic disorder, meaning it has to rise to the level of meeting criteria for a true disorder. Some people might have features of being attracted to a criminal or somebody who's committed murder or something. But it's interesting because in Greek, it comes from the Greek word that really means having an affinity for an outrage. That's really what it literally means, outrage affinity. And what it's about is being sexually aroused by contact with or relationship with somebody that has committed some kind of very awful offense. Now, the research on it, which I have looked at, I think I talked about that with Ann Burgess someplace, and we researched it together. I don't remember where it was. And what we learned was that they actually divide up into a bunch of different groups. So some of them are traumatized people, yes. Some of them are people that are looking for a stable relationship with somebody, and there's nobody more stable than somebody tucked away in prison who's not going to cheat on you and has no other women, around if they're a female.
That's a good point, yeah.
Male, right there, you don't have to actually sleep with them. So you get this romance where you have this totally predictable guy, and there's, the old joke, like, I found the perfect guy, he wakes up every day, has a structured existence, works his butt off in a kitchen.
But Gary, there are conjugal visits. There are conjugal visits.
But the point of the joke is that after the list of all these things that the person does all day, say, but he's been incarcerated for 35 years, meaning that the life of a prisoner looks an awful lot like, the most stable imaginable life, right? Because you're waking up every day doing the same thing, working your butt off, maybe going to church, reading your Bible. You get what I'm saying? So it creates this kind of quality. So there is that, some of them are reading the Bible. So there's that idea of the stable object. There's the trauma kind. Then there's the kind that is narcissistically attracted to the idea of being close to someone who's done something infamous. right? So, like the woman who was dating Charles Manson and liked the idea that when he died, she could display his body in the sideshow. Remember that? He
Yeah.
would marry her. He liked the idea that, she had a connection with a famous killer who was going to make a buck off of good old Charlie, good time Charlie. And, Choo Choo Charlie. And so that's a subtype. In other words, that what you are talking about is a type of hyperstophilic, but there are a whole bunch of different kinds. And it's a very interesting condition. You're seeing it a lot with Luigi Mangione. What I'm finding fascinating about Mangione is you're getting a lot of men who are obsessed with him in that way. You don't usually see gay hyperstophiliacs that much, but we're seeing some of them with that case.
Gary, with the pro burger phenomenon, would you equate that a little bit with that kind of? I think it is that kind of a thing. This whole
I think with Kohlberger, I think it's more a bunch of like schizoid, weird, detached people, obsessional people who identify with him, or very kind of contrary people. Now, I don't say schizoid meaning the mental health condition, because that's a mental health condition. I mean it as like a personality trait, like the detached, odd loner. I think some of these people kind of like him because they see themselves in him. And some of the people who defend him and argue, they're so much like him that it's disgusting. I appeared on a show recently, and I was looking at it on YouTube and reading the comments. And the things that people say to defend him are like, they're a pathology that I've never seen before. They are just unbelievable, bizarre attempts at making that guy innocent. And then they're like, what shred of evidence do you have? And I'm like, do you want to begin with him confessing? Should we begin with him saying he did it? So, but I think, Chris and Josh, I'm sure, have a thought or two about pro burgers. All of us have been attacked by them. I certainly have. I've gotten hate mail from pro burgers. Have you guys gotten it?
Listen, I want to say goodbye before too many people go ballistic. And listen, I've empowered myself, just so you know. I really don't give a living damn who doesn't like my New York accent anymore. And I'm speeding it up, so it's a sped up New York accent. If you don't like it, listen, put the mute button and get yourself some coffee.
Well,
take care, guys. Love you guys.
Well,
I love you, Joey.
Thanks, Joey.
As Truman, Harry S. Truman said, if you can't stand the heat, stay out of the kitchen.
Well, look.
But seriously, what have you guys had pro burger problems? I have.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
I know Chris has.
What have you guys?
Yeah, I was accused of planting the glove.
Yes, you were. Yes, you were.
And
look,
they did.
I've been called biased, stupid, whatever. But and let me just really quick.
Stupid because of it?
Oh yeah, I get called stupid all the time. All the time, Gary.
Well,
You've never been called stupid by somebody?
Yeah. But usually I'll say, put down the mirror and walk away.
I think I've said this for a couple of weekends. I think this is all connected to a deeper problem within our society.
Oh yes.
They're going to look back and go, those people are nuts. They were nuts.
There's something special.
Look at people. It's so easy to attack somebody that you've never met. Like Joey, for an example. I met Joey in Las Vegas at Crime.
I love Joey, by the way.
He's a delightful human being.
Yeah, I really like him.
And he's got a background. If he'll share it one day on his own.
Helped a lot of people. Yeah.
But it's amazing that people attack the voice.
I got to be honest with you. I don't take his call first for no reason. I enjoy his contribution to my show, and the people that attack him annoy the shit out of me.
Well, but Josh, where I'm going in terms of the bigger problem here, they're attacking his voice.
They attack his voice. They attack the amount of time that I allow him to spend on here. They attack they attack the response that Gary gives. If Gary's responding to his question, or if I'm responding to his question, people start going next, next, next. It's so rude. Go get your own show and do it.
But there's a whole that to Dr. Gary and to your point, there's a whole series of people in our society that they're sociopaths, and they love the pain of other people.
Mm.
And if you give it to them, then they'll just keep doing it. But when you just kind of go, yeah, whatever.
Yep.
Then they just kind of they spin with inside of themselves. And but that's a phenomenon now. It's really interesting. And I think it ties into what Joey was talking about, is everybody's a victim. I had a guy the other day at T-Mobile. I went to get some things on my phone, and the guy goes, "Dude, why are you being so aggressive towards me?" And I was like, "What?" And he goes, "Yeah, you don't have to come at me like that." And I said, "Well, I'm not here to hurt your feelings, but if your feelings are hurt, then I don't care." That's what I told him right to his face. I said, you need to man up and buckle up, and let's talk about my cell phone service, can we? I don't want to talk about your feelings. I don't want to talk about, if you're wearing diapers. I don't know what your malfunction is, but I came here for my cell phone. And the other guy, the kid there at the booth goes, "Hey, sir, I'm so sorry." I said, "For what? You didn't do anything. You're an observer."
This was a sales associate?
Yeah. He was the
saying
manager.
this to you?
Yeah.
Wow.
He was the manager. And
Unbelievable.
it was like, we're in a place, and I was talking about this with my oldest son today. We're in a place where people are afraid to react. And that's a dangerous place to be. It really is. And when you think about, the victims, and look who's coming out in the world today, whose family members, let's use Koberger, his sister, for an example. They're going to write books. They gave Heuermann's wife $1 million.
Yeah, they did.
For her.
Crazy.
Her husband slaughtered people in a torture room in their house. Oh, by golly, here's an idea. Yeah, let's get the wife and give her $1 million to get the story for entertainment so we can make $1 million. Is that any different than waterboarding somebody when the government does it?
No.
We've lost
really.
our way. C.S. Lewis, Chapter 1, Mere Christianity.
Oh, one of my favorite books.
Chapter 1, what's it about? Right?
Oh, I pull it off the shelf if you want. I love it. Someone have it all marked up.
He talks about this idea of right and wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And do you remember when he wrote that book? 1944. It was a show.
Mm-hmm.
What was happening in 1944?
Right.
Well, actually, 42, 43, and 44, he wrote all of his series.
Mm-hmm.
And it was
that
after
would be the peak
back from World War I.
That would be the peak of the Holocaust.
Well,
and the world
the bombing of London and everything else. But I personally love Surprised by Joy. I think it's one of my all-time, and I love the Screw Tape Letters, but he was really something else. I love C.S. Lewis.
Yeah.
Wonderful man. Brilliant. When people ask that question, can you name somebody you'd like to sit down and have coffee with? Like, name 3 historical figures. I always say C.S. Lewis.
All right.
Meet him. Yeah.
Let's go. Let's take our next call.
Okay.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. I completely agree with everything that you said as well. Thank you. Tara, go ahead. Where are you calling from?
Hi guys. I'm calling from Missouri. Thanks for taking my call, Josh. I appreciate it. And
thank you for calling.
yeah, and I don't give no hate to Joey. Joey, maybe you can listen in if you're listening and help with what I'm going to talk to the guys about, because seem like you're pretty good into digging into things. But
he's a great guy. He
yeah.
really is.
And Chris, I really do appreciate you guys taking my call, because what I'm going through in this true crime situation here in my town is I'm getting a little blowback, and so right now, and so it's kind of like exactly. But I don't know. I called a couple weeks ago and talked to you guys about a missing persons case in my town, Jamie Holbrook, and she's been missing since June of 2025. But I got in contact with her daughters through some contacts, eventually, or acquaintances. And eventually we spoke, and I listened to their story, and I just felt so incredibly moved by these two sisters. It was something about the sisters, because I have daughters, so just daughters looking for their mother just really tugged on my heart. And I'm only about 7 years younger than their mother. But so just kind of trying, long story short, I did a podcast episode on Jamie, and it went really well, and it got a lot of traction. And I actually ended up talking to my local sheriff's office and helping them with some information. And they do have a prime suspect. It's pretty crazy. I have to really, really watch what I say and be really respectful. But I'll just say this: the same gentleman that is the same prime suspect was also a suspect 4 years ago in the unaliving of his girlfriend, who was found dead, and I can't make this up, hanging from a tree on his property. And this is all just like 20 minutes from me, keep in mind. So if you're like, why are you, this is my town, not mine. This case is in my town, in my county. But kind of going to what Chris said, my husband and my parents, to be honest, weren't really thrilled with the idea of me. They loved that I wanted to help Jamie get the word out, but I have been contacted now, by different players in the situation, and some of them are a little scary. But like I said, I'm making sure I'm communicating everything really closely with the sheriff's office. But it's just been a really emotional last couple days. I just wanted to put I just wanted to put Jamie's name out there, because a lot of people have really went through a lot of crap to look for this lady and to help her daughters find closure. And it really is like doors really are opening. And I just want to thank you guys, because I had podcasts prior. I'm never true crime podcasts. That's not my genre. I usually do local updates of business things and fun things happening in the community. But I went out on a limb and did this for those girls. And it's been hard. I've had people in my life nervous now for me. So it's been a hard choice, but I always think about what I hear you guys say. You're doing, you're doing it for, I'm doing it for Jamie. And I just have to think about her every time. And that, and I don't know what it is, but it's something about that she has 2 daughters, and I have 3 daughters myself. And I cannot. So now I've kind of got myself in a situation where I really put myself in the middle of this investigation, and I'm not sorry, because I really am not trying to brag on myself, but I really did get a lot of attention, and I got the sheriff's office attention, and they pledged more resources to Jamie's case, more time, more commitment. So results came of it. But I mean,
Well,
I did.
you should be proud of yourself.
Thank you.
But because it's first of all, it's just not an easy thing to do. Look, I've been in that situation before too, and a lot of attention comes with it. Some negative, some positive. I mean, it just. But the point is that they're making progress, and that they have somebody in mind. Chris, you could speak to this. You've banged the drum on many occasions. You and I both, Dr. Gary as well. We've all banged the drum on cases that we thought needed more attention.
Yes. And you guys were such an inspiration to me. I just really want you to understand and know that this small town girl from Missouri who I never if I help these people, it will be the most important thing I've ever done in my life. And I recognize that.
That's very beautiful. I have 2 questions for you, if you don't mind. You don't have to answer them.
Oh, no. Go ahead.
So the first question is, are you religious?
Very, yes.
Well,
I'm very spiritual, and I was raised in church my whole life.
Do you have the feeling that you're being used by a higher power?
100%. Yes, Dr. Gary, I really do. I really feel like feel like God dumped this in my lap, and I mean that in the best and the worst of ways, and I feel like now I'm on this. I'm buckled in, and there's no getting off the ride now, and I don't want to get off of it. I want to help these girls, but I also have to think about the people in my life and be fair to them when I have kids being nervous about things. And I mean, this guy, he hurts women. He hurts women. He's not a nice guy, and he's still, he's still out there, not too far, and that's, it shakes a person.
Do you have a channel here on YouTube?
I do, but it's for my old podcast. My new one is I'm just on Facebook. I'm not anything like you guys.
It's fine. Can we share it?
Yeah, it's called Citizen MC, and I did the MC because it's it's the initials of the county that I live in. So it's called Citizen MC, and it's crazy. And yes, Dr. Gary, I'm very spiritual, but I named it that to as an ode to other citizens. I was never going to be the citizen. And then how it's worked out is my first podcast on this was over this lady, and I'm like, oh my gosh, now I'm this. I don't know. I know that's really in my head and really weird, but it's like I thought I would be interviewing other citizens, and then here I am, doing something really important.
Well, I have to tell you, I've recently, without getting into it, I've recently been interviewing a lot of people in law enforcement and in my own field about their beliefs about this stuff and what motivates them. And a lot of them, it's interesting, they won't say it on the record, but anonymously they tell me a lot of them have very, 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 very strong motivating religious beliefs. And a lot of them, more than one, told me that they feel that from the other side, victims help solve their cases. And Chris, you've said things like that from behind the veil,
Yeah, they call it the thin blue veil.
That's right. And there you go. And I think you coined that phrase. And they will help through mechanisms like what you're doing to get stuff cracked. Oh, that's an interesting perspective. But I think it's very beautiful. And don't be afraid, because, if that's true, then something higher than yourself is making use of what you do. It's for justice. God loves justice. Don't forget that. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst after righteousness. And the other thing is, I'm sorry, Josh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry, Dr.
Well, the other thing is that I was going to ask you is, when people get this passionate about this kind of thing, you always want to think in the same way that, if there were somebody that was committing a lot of violent acts, murders against women, I would say, who's the prototype? Who are you really hurting by hurting all these women, right? Who's the original woman? Well, it's the same thing with people who are altruistic. As I say, who are you really saving? Who's the original? You know what I mean? Who is that for you? Who's the? I mean, is it your daughters? Who are you seeing that you
It's me.
rescuing?
Me.
Well,
It's me.
I just want you to know that we have shared your link. We'll also share it after the show in the description. And you keep up the good work and keep us updated on what's going on. But also at the same time, my advice to you as well is to take care of yourself, mentally, physically. You know,
But,
I will.
there's nothing wrong with what you're doing.
But what was the answer? What was the answer to the question? Who is the original? Who is it?
Well, I said, I did answer. I'm sorry if you didn't hear me, but I said it's me. I'm always helping me. And that you can't understand that unless you just understand it. But I'm just like that. I'm that kind of mom. I'm always being like the mom I would have been or something like that. And I have a wonderful mom, but just I don't want to get into it, Dr. Gary. I don't want to take your time up, but essentially,
right.
Things that drive me like this are just me trying really hard to be a really good person and be the kind of person that I would have wanted around or something, I guess.
Well, I think you're a wonderful person, and I think that, I mean, it's very obvious as soon as you talk.
Thank you.
Imagine being that motivated to give closure to a family in a case that has nothing to do with you. That's remarkable, and I think I'm sure that Josh and Chris would echo that you're obviously an extraordinary person, and I do feel that there is something very spiritual about what you're doing. I think Chris may have something to add to that, because I know that's a topic dear to him, the way that
I did want to say, Dr. Gary, one of my favorite verses that I stand on when I feel like this is, and a few people, can interpret it different ways, but he who began a good work in me shall finish it into completion. And it gives me such comfort. It just, like, he's doing something and he's going to finish it. So just hang in there, kid, is kind of what it tells me,
Of course, and remember that the point of life and its final analysis is to learn, sort of like trying on a coat, is to learn how to love, so you'll be ready for heaven, where you'll love everyone. You understand?
Yes.
And
you keep on doing what you're doing. Go ahead.
Chris has investigated and done homicide investigations forever. He's also used his platform along with me as well.
That's a good point. Yeah.
To get to look, if you look up the D. Warner case, that case was going nowhere fast. Chris got involved with a man named Billy Little, and
some man. He's terrific.
He's fantastic, and blew that case up. I covered it. Chris covered it. Billy covered it. And like I said, it was going nowhere fast. If you look up the Michael Vaughn case, another case that was going nowhere fast. And I think Brandy's in the chat probably tonight. She's a wonderful person, and I love her to death. I think she's one of the strongest people I've ever known. Her 5-year-old son disappeared, and I got Chris involved. The Cold Case Foundation got involved, and a man is now bound over for trial for the murder of that young boy. And pretty soon his wife will be as well, and another person at least, if not 2 others.
That's
and
wonderful.
So people can say whatever they want about us, me, Chris, Gary, the stuff that we do, and they do, the stuff that we do and have done has mattered. Not all of it. Oh, they say it, but it's mattered. And I'll never apologize for that. I think that some of the things that I'm the most proud of in that situation, or in these situations, is being able to contribute, even in the slightest, to anybody getting justice in this world. And nobody will ever take that away from from any of us because we've taken a lot of heat for it, and nobody's patting themselves on the back, but it's the right thing to do. And so,
right. How do you look a family desperate for help in the face and say, I can't do anything. There's nothing I can do or nothing I will do. I can't do that now. I'm invested. So
yeah.
Well, that's why I love what I was talking about, the Cold Case Foundation, because it's this collection of people who philosophically all have that sense of doing something higher than themselves. That's the whole thing. And you get a bunch of people like that together, it's like a church. You understand?
I do, and I really appreciate how from time to time, especially Dr. Gary, I've heard Chris do it too, and John Lamp talk about God and your religion, whatever, Catholic or whatever, and how it's helped you. And I respect that so much that you guys are brave and that you talk about that stuff too. And so I appreciate that.
I want to give Chris an opportunity to say something too, because this topic I know is one that he's passionate about. So, Chris, do you have any thoughts about this idea about the spirituality of kind of helping people that whose cases are unsolved and all that?
God always puts us in into the path that we should be upon, right? We don't necessarily, and it doesn't matter what religion you are. It's irrelevant. In my opinion, I've stood over so many people who are gone, and Buddhist, you name it. Every religion I've probably had a victim that was of that religion. So I've learned a long time ago that the universe is on schedule. Now, whatever that means individually for people, we have to do a little self-reflection and become an instrument to what that means or whatever that process was. The whole reason I was asked on Nancy Grace the other day, she goes, McDonough, how did you get involved in law enforcement? And it was an experience. I mean, I've shared it many times with my son, my oldest son, who I visited today, who is the chairman of the economics department at UNLV. And
awesome.
He was a little boy. He was almost 4, riding a big wheel. He was in front of our house. I happened to be watching him. And a car came around the corner. We kind of lived on a little bend. And this car comes down. I see it. And he comes around the corner, stops right as my son was coming towards him on the sidewalk. And the passenger door opened. And I knew what was going on. It was obvious. And so I took off after this person, and I was screaming and yelling at, his name is Ian, don't get off your bike, keep moving. And the car took off, the door closed, and I didn't get the license plate of that vehicle. That experience, I'm sure you've had one in your life, whatever it is. That experience galvanized me. It scared me. It shocked me that these people existed. And I made a deal with my God. And that deal was pretty simple. You give me the opportunity, I will hunt these people down for the rest of my life. That was, here I am, within 2 years in the police academy. That was 44 years ago.
Wow.
And in that time frame, I spent the first 9 years of my career, almost 10 years, in patrol, dog, I was vice guy, et cetera. But I learned about different things, how people think, how they act, how they react.
Mm.
And next thing you know it, I'm getting an assignment to go training. And there were 3 individuals that were selected in California, one in Northern California, one in Central, and one in Southern California. And I was the guy selected in Southern California to learn about criminal behavior analysis in relationship to pedophilia. The individuals that select children for gratification while murdering them. That was the courses, basically. And what are the odds? What are the odds that even today I'm sitting with John Ramsey and we're having, for the last year behind the scenes, having conversations about the death of his daughter, John Bonet. You see, the universe is on schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever people, if you're atheist, agnostic, whatever religion you are, whatever somebody is, God can use, can use you as an instrument in your hand. But here's the most important part of this whole story that I just told. I'm dirt. Literally, we're organized matter.
Mm-hmm.
And the moment we forget that, then he can't use us anymore. The moment our importance becomes more important than him, then they can't help us. And so with that, though, comes criticism. With that, though, comes fear, anger, resentment, jealousy. The list just goes on, right? The 7 deadly sins. It just keeps going. And because the human condition is just that. We're capable of doing not only the most amazing things on the earth, but we're also capable of doing the most horrendous. And what that line is, I haven't figured that piece out personally. And so for me, I've learned, like you, now that your heart has told you, you've followed your heart, and I commend you for that. You're very considerate of I can tell you're a very considerate type of person that would do, probably everything. But I would also tell you, you probably get in a lot of trouble for following your heart. It gets broken a lot. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. My parents, my mom, she even said, you don't want your podcast to become a witch hunt. And she means well. But my husband has said, move on to other fluff stories. I mean, they say that with the most respect to Jamie.
Yeah, you ever heard that one, Chris? You ever heard that one?
Yeah, you warned me about it.
And I say to my husband, I did look at my husband and say, what story would you like me to move on? I said, what's better than this story? You tell me what is more important, what's going on in this blank county and then he kind of like backed off and got what my point that like, oh, I got to write about the new high school stadium or I can help bring justice to a family. I mean, everything else just seems totally insignificant now is what I'm saying.
Well, you're doing good. You're doing God's work, whatever, whoever that is for you. Okay. Meaning in your own religious belief. All right. And, you're being utilized as an instrument. I mean, remember the old saying of, the person that got a phone call and said, hey, we need boxes of food, 300 miles away. Would you help us load boxes? And then the lady on the other line says, well, I'm making a quilt right now for my neighbor across the street. Which of the two events was most important? Right? They're both important, but the lady across the street needed that quilt more than the boxes of food, where other people would have the opportunity to bless somebody else's life through service. Sometimes we're so focused on the other things, bringing truckloads of food, but we forget the widow across the street. And that's where I think this, for me anyway, the parable of the widow's mite is so powerful. because it is that one little act that created a whole parable for the God of this universe to teach us on. So sometimes when we're looking for the big picture, he's really telling us stay in the little, stay in the frame of the picture. Don't become the picture. Become the picture frame so that it projects itself into the environment in a positive way. And that's what you're doing with this family by bringing attention to her. You're being selfless to do this. And that's a very brave thing to do in today's society, because there can be a lot of blowback that comes back onto you because people are so quick to judge. And so I commend you.
Especially in small towns. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm going to hop off and let you get another caller. But just to everybody out there listening tonight, I would just encourage you to help somebody. If you can, if you're in a position where you can, because you never really know what someone is going through. And if you have the power to help, then help. And so I just want to leave everyone with that tonight.
I think
thank you for sharing.
That's really beautiful.
Thank you. You guys have a blessed evening.
Aloha.
You have a blessed evening.
And Tara, just to let you know that your podcast almost has 500 followers now.
Oh my God.
So
thank you.
Oh no, thank you. We appreciate it, and we look forward to following the with you.
Thank you guys.
All right.
Have a good evening. All right.
Take care. Bye-bye.
See, that's why we can't rush people off, Josh, because
I would never rush anybody
because some of these things that you really get the sense like whoever is put in front of you, like there's a reason for it. And this caller needed that. You just have to do it in the amount of time it takes.
I agree with that.
Sorry.
I agree.
If people don't like it, nothing we can do about it.
Nothing we could do. That was awesome. It was an awesome phone call. But Absalom, one of my favorite callers. What's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, Mr. Diaz, how are you doing? Dr. Brucato.
Your line sounds good too.
Detective McDonough, how are you, sir?
Good.
Top of the morning to you.
Thank you. Top of the morning.
And by the way, Tara, our prayers are with you. And remember, Tara, no matter what happens here on earth, you're storing up treasures in heaven. Never forget that.
Amen.
Detective Madonna, I had a quick question for you real quick, if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
We've all heard Miss Savannah's plea to the person or persons that's responsible for her mother's disappearance. And if you as a former hostage negotiator were to be the one that pled to her mother's captor, what would you have to say to them?
Good question.
Well, I wouldn't. First of all, we have to take into consideration that Savannah is the ultimate conversation piece. So I would not have had Savannah making those pleas. And the reason for that is it's like, well, I want to talk to the police chief if they're on the bridge, right? And you know where I'm going here.
Yes.
Because once you introduce the totality of the event, there's no place to go. So I would have had Annie or Cameron or even a spokesperson for the family read those letters and not Savannah directly. Because I think the person that they're speaking to, one possibility is they're loving the pain. And as a result of that, you won't get the pain reliever. And she's looking for the pain reliever. So that's what I would have said to her would have been, and it was interesting to see early on when Cameron came in day 2 and said, "I'm Cameron Guthrie, and I'm now speaking for the family." Next thing you know, he disappears. He's no longer talking to anybody because, he projected a whole new piece of strength. And so, to answer your question, I would have said to Savannah, you know what? Number one, let's not plead with this person, because if it's the person on the front porch, they have no empathy for your mother.
Right.
Absolutely none. And so let's frame this with, where do we go from here, and stay with that. Because manipulators, as you know, if you stay on a theme, then they lose the traction, because they're just looking for that emotional response to feed off of, right? And so as long as you give them air, they're going to keep feeding.
Right.
So I would have crafted the letter or the messaging very carefully about taking away the air. And I've had that experience many times in the human condition. And it's primarily learning from, docs, sitting near you or by you, and then, you implement those strategic positions. But when the doctor's not available at 3 a.m. and you're sitting there talking to a guy who's got his entire family held, and has a propane tank in the living room,
Yeah.
and a Bic lighter, then it becomes an interesting equation.
Wow.
I had a guy with a grenade one time. He had stolen it out of Camp Pendleton, and he was in his house, and he would walk out to the front porch with his hand on the pin, and then he'd walk back inside where his family was. I mean, that was his nonverbal communication. Literally, he would walk to the porch, put his hand on the pin, and pretend like he's going to pull it, and then he'd walk into the back in the house, and we got him on the throw phone. It's called a throw phone, where the SWAT guys break the window. We tell them, hey, we're going to break a window and we're going to throw a phone in so we can communicate with you. Anyway, we threw the phone in there. He got mad that happened, so he came out, did this thing, went back in. Long story short, he finally got on the phone. He says, I'm going to pull this pin at any time. I said, yeah, you probably will. He goes, you don't believe me, do you? I said, no, I believe you. So we spent like 6-8 hours with that guy.
So
in these kind of situations. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Detective. I'm sorry for interrupting. Go ahead, sir.
No, you're fine. I'm listening to you.
Well, I was just gonna to go along with that. So you feel that the person that's listening to Miss Savannah plead, he's actually getting a thrill out of listening to her suffer, basically.
Right. I think, and Gary made an interesting comment on one of our shows recently, where even the kidnapper apologized.
Yeah.
But do we really believe that?
No.
Right. I mean, and I don't think Nancy Guthrie's far. I think I think she's buried, my personal opinion. I think the investigation, and I've said this before, and it was interesting to see the FBI out recently in the backyard looking around and all these other things. It wouldn't surprise me if she's buried nearby and or near a position or close to a position that the suspect had easy access to. And that's why I think cadaver dogs, and why the storm kicking up, the environment, I think they should run cadaver dogs back there again. I would get like 5 or 6 dogs, like we did in the Michael Vaughn case, and we threw those dogs in that backyard.
And they hit
17 times.
I think, Detective, the way that you laid it out on the last show, if there's any doubt, well, I'm not going to say any definites, but it was brilliant the way that you laid it out, that it's kind of obvious, at least to someone of your experience, how this occurred. But I won't go any further than that because we have to go through a system of everything. But one
And
other
I hope I'm
interesting
wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I really do.
Well, I hope you're wrong too, Detective. But I mean, as you use the analogy of putting things in buckets, I think that all of the evidence and everything that's occurred is going in one bucket, which points in one direction. But anyway, Dr. Gary, there was an interesting phone call made. Josh, you might need to help me with this. There was a caller that's from Dallas, and she said that she was going to ask an unsexy question or something like that, but she asked about Jodi Arias.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember.
Dr. Gary, you didn't get the... Now, I'm not losing my mind here, but that individual not only sounded like Jodi Arias, but she used a lot of the... No, really, Dr. Gary. She also used a lot of the phrases that in interviews Jodi Arias used. Now the chances of it, who knows what goes on in some of these penitentiaries, but wouldn't it be something if that had been Jodi Arias calling into the show?
Yeah, but I mean, could you put?
There's a lot of people that wouldn't mind getting a phone call from Jodi Arias.
Well, yeah. I would mind, but I got to tell you that she
some people have a thing for her, is what I'm getting at.
Oh, no question about it. But I wouldn't put, I don't think it was her, but that would completely fit with her personality type. She's whack. She's nuts.
From a lot of what has been said about her, she's been very manipulative, especially of some of the naive guards and stuff like that have been at the certain prisons that she's been housed at. So, but anyway, I just thought that it was interesting because it was almost as if Dr. Gary was talking to Jodi Arias herself.
That's funny.
Hey, Jodi, if you're listening, call in again because Gary and I would
Jodi. I'm sure she's got several questions for Detective McDonough as well.
You never know, right?
She's got time on her hands too.
I'll talk to her.
Well, her questioning was interesting too because it had to do with the trial of Jodi Arias and some of the things that went wrong. Am I correct in that, Josh and Dr. Gary?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
So it was interesting the way that I was talking to my son Prey. I told him that's Jodi Arias talking to Dr. Gary, right?
Or look, you never know who you're talking to on here. We've come across that many times.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. Well, Dr. Gary, Detective McDonough, Mr. Diaz, thanks for taking my call. I really appreciate it. You guys have a blessed night. Okay, God bless, guys.
Thanks, Absalom. Appreciate your call as always.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Love Absalom. Great caller. All right. I was going to get to her earlier, and I don't know. She dropped off, came back. But we're going to take Cassie's phone call now. You remember Cassie at the end of last show. She had to wait an extremely long time, but I wanted to get her in here. And Cassie, go ahead, Cassie. How are you?
I'm pretty good. How are y'all?
Good. And we had to end last time. We were running short of time. And so you waited the whole time. And so sorry I didn't get you in a little bit earlier, but here you are now. And
that's
go ahead.
That's okay. I'm a little bit like Joey. When I know I'm on a time limit, I get a little nervous. First thing I wanted to say, I just wanted to point out to Dr. Gary, I'm wearing my Crocs, which you have, I believe you called an abomination before.
What?
Crocs?
Oh, Crocs. I thought you said a Croc.
No, Crocs. Sorry. Yeah, I'm showing them the camera. Josh can see them. I just like to say I disagree with you. I think there's only around the house. Only around the house, though. If you wear them out, then that is an abomination. They're some of the easiest. If you work out in the garden, they're some of the easiest to clean off.
But it's not always about what's easy. It's about what's proper.
Well, they're what's proper in your own home.
Good footwear that keeps your feet firm and safe.
Well, yeah, one of the doctors I used to work for, I mean, he wore Crocs as his with his scrubs.
Was he a podiatrist?
No, he was.
Of course he wasn't, because a podiatrist would tell you not to wear those things.
Terrible. Yeah. Well,
I'm not going to say one word. Let's just move on.
But I have a pair too, so I just wanted to say that.
Of course you do.
I had a few scattered questions, but I know you can't talk much about Lindsay Clancy, but or you can't say much.
I
about
won't,
her
but these two will. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, well, I'm still conflicted about how I feel about her, but I had to stop. I was watching the trial every day, but I just couldn't. It's the first trial I've not been.
Chris, are you familiar with the case?
Yeah, the nurse from Massachusetts that's strangled the kids.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm so conflicted over. I mean, I don't think I don't from what I've heard in the trial, I don't believe that she was in active psychosis like we were Dr. Gary, I was asking you the difference. You can be in psychosis, but still know the difference between right and wrong. So I think she was in some sort of altered mental state. I'm not sure if it meets. However, I also learned that in Massachusetts the burdens are slightly lower, and I also learned that I didn't know what I thought I knew about diminished capacity laws. That they vary. Like the diminished capacity law in Massachusetts, it's basically if you're they have the option of not guilty by reason of insanity. That's their diminished capacity. I generally thought of diminished capacity more as like a mitigating factors in the actual punishment, not whether you were guilty or not.
What do you think about the case, Chris? I mean, just a quick overview. I mean, do you have an opinion or?
Well, the fact that strangulation is a very brutal thought process. It takes about 4 minutes, and you do it 3 times. That's 12 minutes. So the question's going to be in that, do you have a psychotic break in that 12 minutes? And the way you can show, around that diminished capacity is the thought process that led up to it.
Right.
And did she know that society would have said strangling your 3 children was a bad thing? If the answer is yes, meaning if she answers yes, and then the second question that needs to be answered for the court is, did you know that strangling your children was wrong? And if she answers yes to both of those questions, then she's not insane.
Yeah, I've come to the point, and I guess I probably wouldn't make a good juror because because she
You'd be a great juror.
Well,
I wouldn't be.
Well, she made calls immediately before she did this, and she was completely lucid. She made calls during the commission of those murders to her husband. She was completely lucid. But while I don't think she meets the burden of not guilty by reason of insanity, I still don't think I could convict her. That's why I just don't think I'd be a great juror. And I'd be surprised if this isn't a hung jury.
Yeah. Here's a challenge real fast.
Mhm.
She made the phone call. She was capable of knowing what to do. She picked up the phone and called her husband.
Right. And so she was lucid to an extent. I also heard a psychiatrist who deals with these kind of things, especially with toxicity from neurotoxicity from different antidepressants, and particularly SSRIs. And what he explained sounded like exactly what happened to her. And it was very eye-opening to me. It kind of made me change, because they've been saying the medications made her this, she didn't know the difference between or she was psychotic because of the medications, but I haven't heard it explained well. I haven't heard that explained. However, I have a personal example. My mom reminded me, this happened probably 18, almost 20 years ago. I was 23. I was home right after I had finished college, and I was on a sleep medicine, and I fell asleep completely bent over. Like I was stretching before I went to bed, and I fell asleep with my fingers touching my toes, and I slept like that. I didn't wake up for 7 hours. Then I was paralyzed. I couldn't, there was no feeling in my legs after that because of the compression of those nerves. So I went to the hospital. I was in the hospital for a week. They gave me Decadron. It was Decadron. But they gave me like the highest dose of Decadron, and I had steroid psychosis from that. And I had kind of just forgotten about that because, and Dr. Gary, you said, well, anybody can get psychosis. And, and I had just completely, I guess, put that memory away. But I had called to order, you could call and order breakfast there at this hospital. And I called and ordered the Addams Family with a side of fireplace. And so my mom was like, something's really wrong here. And I thought it made perfect sense.
Well,
So,
Did you strangle 3 kids?
I did not strangle 3 kids, and I think I would have known the difference between right and wrong. I'm just saying, it was just an interesting.
I'm reading the chat about.
I know, I am too, and I want to say.
Well, actually, that's okay, because Brandon Wilson. You want me to say it, Josh?
Whatever you want. Yeah, of course.
He had a religious experience, and God told him, while talking to a dog, that he was to go find the perfect sacrifice. And he was walking down the beach, ran into a young girl, and he decides, well, I can't really, essay her. Do I essay her and then kill her? Do I kill her and then essay her? The tide's coming in while he's on the beach. And this is for the audience who thinks I don't understand psychosis.
Well, you don't.
And by the way, he had spent like a week out in Joshua Tree taking mushrooms and LSD and having conversations with God and the universe. And God finally convinced him that, hey, you need to go sacrifice somebody or something to me. And so he goes on the hunt. Anyway, he decides, well, you know what? I don't think this is the right sacrifice, because she kind of got hinky, the girl, the victim, and she took off. So he walked down to the harbor and found a 9-year-old little boy in the bathroom. And he slaughtered him in the bathroom.
Yeah.
The only two questions I needed to answer for the psychosis problem, and there were 6 psychiatrists that evaluated him. 6 of them.
Was that Richard Tewitt?
No.
Was that a
Well,
different
no,
case?
that's
Okay.
he's the other guy. Richard Tewitt
Okay.
is he's a schizophrenic.
Okay, I've heard you tell this story too. Go ahead. Yeah.
Brandon Wilson, if you want to see what he was all about, you can just go in one of my playlists. I put the video of me interviewing him up there.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, those 2 questions that I mentioned to you a little bit earlier were the only 2 questions that needed to be answered for the court.
Right.
And he went to death row. So the law is real clear about the totality of what psychosis is. I'm not saying she hasn't had an episode.
Yeah.
I'm saying if there's an episode break within inside of her thought process to where she decides, I'm going to strangle number 1, pause. I'm going to strangle number 2, pause. I'm going to make a phone call, pause. I'm going to wash my hands. I'm going to go get the rope. I'm going to go do this. I'm going to go do that. That's not psychosis. Manic depressive psychosis and all this other stuff. These people are bouncing off the wall without any sense of connection. I mean, they're putting the aluminum foil up on the walls. They're talking to the doggone smoke detectors and all this other stuff. Trust me, I've been hit in the head with a frying pan from people having psychotic episodes. Okay?
Yeah.
But when you're capable of strangling somebody and children at that, I guarantee you the doctors, they're going to be split.
But what is it? But Chris,
psychotic,
what does it matter?
Saying she's not.
What does it matter? The kids are dead. So we're deciding what we do with this lady. She goes to prison. She goes to a psych ward. The kids are dead, and this lady right here. And I appreciate your whatever this is. You say if you're not watching the trial, you don't know the facts. The facts are there are 3 kids that have been murdered. They're dead. They're gone.
You're talking to the chat. I know you.
Yes. Yeah. Whatever happens to this woman will never bring those children back. They will never live their lives to the fullest. Their lives were extinguished. And you can't sit there and tell me you don't understand because you don't have postpartum or you don't understand this. There's a lot of things in this world that I don't understand. I don't understand jealousy to the point that somebody kills somebody because of it. I don't want to understand that. But what I do want to understand is children being taken care of and living the life that they've been promised by the Creator, not being taken out by somebody and then somebody going, but the family supports her. She was a good mother. You don't know the facts. The facts are the mother's dead. The kids are dead and the mother killed them. That's it.
I get that, but I do think it does make a difference to a point because I think it makes
what? How?
It doesn't. Nothing will bring them back.
There you go.
And you're right. You're right about that. But I just feel like just because I don't know.
That's a valid feeling though that you have. Postpartum psychosis is real. There's no question about that. It's
real.
Very real.
Yes.
But
yeah, I've known somebody with it, but they were hospitalized, they were threatening, anyway, yes.
Right. So then the question is, what's the mitigating circumstances within that psychosis break? For the court. That's what the court's going to answer. That's what the jury's.
I think everybody's too worried about her and not more worried about what happened to the children.
Well, that's our society today.
See that?
I know, but it's just annoying to me.
I do understand.
Gary's going nuts. He can't answer it.
I do understand that, and I understand, and that's why I am so conflicted in this case because I do, and I go back and forth in my comments and sections saying, well, yeah, she killed her 3 kids. That's why people saying she shouldn't even be on trial. Well, yes, she should be on trial. She should absolutely be on trial. You can't just kill your 3 but the weird part is that she was so until she started these medications, she was fairly normal, fairly, she was, and that's where the further this goes along, I just, like I said, if I would probably be jury, it would probably be jury nullification for me. I would probably just say, yeah, I don't think this meets the, the state's, I don't think this I think it does meet the state's burden, but I just can't convict her.
That's true. I am immature, but let me just say something. When somebody does drugs,
Mm-hmm.
when they do meth or they drink alcohol and they black out and they commit a crime, does the court allow them to go in court and say that? Is that a defense? Are they allowed to do that?
Voluntary manslaughter is not a defense. However, that's kind of the crux of this case here, is that this was involuntary, or not manslaughter, sorry, involuntary, or voluntary intoxication is never a defense. But what they're saying here is this is basically involuntary intoxication. She was prescribed these, she was taking them as she should have, and so that argument kind of goes out the window. So while that apply 99+% of cases that doesn't apply, but when somebody does have a medication reaction, that's in a different category. That's no longer voluntary intoxication because you've been prescribed that and you're taking it like you're supposed to. And so I'm conflicted.
I had a case. It was a shaking baby case.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only case, by the way, one of the only cases I've lost. You know what the jury believed? The father was burping the child.
Yeah, I remember that.
The defense was so good at painting the picture of the father with the child on his lap and bouncing the child.
Mm-hmm.
They totally forgot the fact that child's brain kept bouncing against its cranium.
Yeah.
And so, I think we've become very good at creating scenarios that we all believe. But always remember there's a defense strategy to sell that part of the puzzle.
Yeah.
So to step back, right, like you're doing, and I respect where you're coming from 1,000%, and you're entitled definitely to feel the way you feel. I think it's cool because it's an interesting dynamic, because I think it's a really interesting principle to watch these trials on TV.
Mm-hmm.
And then we see a live execution like, Luigi.
Mm-hmm.
And then to watch both sides of the pendulum come out and say, well, yeah, of course, he's a corporate guy, and we can execute that guy because he's got 3 kids surviving. And then the other side is that, well, she's a nurse and she can strangle 3 of her children, but the reason she did it is because she was on medication.
Yeah.
You see, how do they equate with each other? Right? They don't fit.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
And I guess that's a social problem then, because now we have a window into the evil that law enforcement has been seeing forever.
Right.
And so I think sometimes we get lost in the weeds with the intricate, every T, every I needs to be dotted. And that's why I always tell people, meaning, whenever I've done consultations with lawyers and stuff, look, they only need one. The defense needs one juror to believe exactly what you're saying. The prosecution needs all 15.
Mm-hmm.
That's an uphill battle because, they have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. All the defense has to show is doubt. And when you get people like Kohberger and the world, and next thing you know he's got $10,000 on his books.
Is that what he has?
Yeah, he's got $10,000 on his books.
Who? Mangione?
No, Brian Kohberger.
Oh, Kohberger, yeah. Mangione had millions, but yeah, Kohberger. That's ridiculous. It's.
But you know what really bothers me about cases like this?
I love this caller, by the way. Thank you so much.
I'm not having a go at her at all. I've talked to her about this before.
She knows that.
I talk about this case a little bit on After Dark, and my problem with it is that I do not understand mental illness the way that professionals do. So I'm not saying anything like that, but the result is the same. There's 3 dead kids.
Yes.
And I have a really hard time just getting past that. That's my problem. And then when people come and say, well, you don't know about postpartum depression. No, but I do know about murder. I've been affected by it. I know what that does. And we spend so much time trying to make excuses or reasonings, or why did this person do this and why did this person do that? But the fact of the matter is it's been done. It's done. So whatever happens with this lady, whether she goes to jail, and I'm not going to celebrate one way or the other. I'm not hanging on this trial. It's not something that I'm going, God, I hope she gets locked up forever, because it doesn't matter. It really makes no difference to me. Some people might find some peace and thinking, that maybe she deserves to go to a mental institution. Maybe she deserves to go spend the rest of her life in prison. And I don't know the answer. I really don't. And I couldn't be a juror because I couldn't be unbiased. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah.
The problem is I cannot get past the 3 murdered children. I just have a problem. It's just, for me, it's impossible. Call me immature. Tell me I don't understand. I'm not a woman. I don't understand postpartum. All of those things are true. But I will tell you that I understand when somebody gets murdered, what that does to a family, and to sit there and tell me that I don't understand. Well, do you understand? Because you've never done it either, apparently.
Here's a quote. I'm not a zombie mom. Who gave that quote?
Hold on a second. Who is it? You're not an expert either, Paula.
Kylie. And Lori Vallow.
Oh, I'm not a zombie mom. Yeah, she said.
Oh, yeah,
to her mom. She said that to her mom. Yeah.
I rest my case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just and I don't know, Chris, you may know more about this, or Dr. Gary, you may. I have no idea. I don't even know, even if she were found guilty and had to go to prison. I mean, she obviously, part of the reason this trial, it's been but the active part of the trial has only been about 4 hours a day, because they take so many breaks, because they have to take care of her, they have to attend to her needs, they have to change her, and it and all this stuff. So is a prison even, would she not have to be in some sort of medical facility anyway?
Yeah, and I think that's what, to your point, that's a great point, outstanding point, that we need, I think our system needs, when, we talk about reform, we talk about revamping, we need to open up psychiatric facilities again in this country. And that's a humane, I'm thinking of it in a very humane way, and that we have a mental health crisis.
That's true.
Would you agree or disagree with that principle?
No, I would agree.
And I think just look at this guy who just killed these poor people in Idaho.
Yeah.
If that doesn't just scream, oh my goodness, where are we? Why are we here? Then I think we need to just open up our facilities again, because when I was a young officer, we used to be able to take them to the hospital, somebody that's having a mental crisis, even if in a domestic or a family or situation like that, where a mom or dad would call and say, our son's out of control, he's jumping off the balcony, he's got a knife, whatever. We didn't go in there and shoot those people or, whatever. We would take them into custody, and they'd be babbling, and you would say, okay, this is out of my pay grade. Let's take them for a 72-hour hold, and it's a 5150 hold,
right,
in California, right? and you take them to the facility. And we had a psychiatric ward at the hospital, the local hospital. And you walk in and there's Dr. Gary, and you say, what's going on? And he says, well, he's eating glass and he's jumping out the windows, and he said he's going to kill his entire family. Okay, give me a 1-page sheet and we got it from here. And the docs would take him. We didn't put him in jails. We didn't do any of that stuff that they do today.
Right.
And
criminal,
Go ahead. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I
mental
apologize.
just sticking people in jail with a mental illness and then letting them back in, obviously with no treatment, no support services afterwards. You're just, I mean, what do you expect to change? You're not offering them any sort of treatment. And I agree that, I mean, a lot of the jails are the new the institutions for people, but they don't even get treatment there. So they don't get the treatment that they would have. And so they're even a greater, I know, I mean, they're not well going back into society. You're just releasing them back the way they were instead of trying to maybe fix some of the more troubling issues.
And let me say, I don't understand this comment here. Her own ex-husband is supporting her. What does that matter? I don't understand. Is a jury supposed to go, wow, her ex-husband supporting her? What is that? I don't understand.
Well, from what I understand, from what people are saying, is that if the ex-husband is supporting her, it's rare. I mean, that's rare. Generally, but generally the partner is going to be the one who is the most, they're going to get up there and just blast them to make sure that they get locked up. And he didn't do that. But what he said was, I didn't marry a monster. I married someone who got sick. And so that's his take on it. And, so I think people are putting a lot of weight on the ex-husband supporting, especially him being an ex-husband. He's divorced, he's remarried, he has another child now, but he is still saying she wasn't responsible for this. This was not her fault. So I do think that holds weight, at least with the public. I have no idea if that will hold weight with the jury, but it's so unusual. Russ, Russ Yates, he did the same thing, and he said she was sick, and it's just so unusual that I think people are putting a lot of stock in it. I think that's the main thing. Not that it should make a difference in deliberations or anything, but I do think that's why people are keep mentioning them.
Yeah, he's probably got I think I heard they also have a lawsuit, so
they do. Yes,
that might have something to do with it. Maybe
a little something to do with it. Yeah,
I would imagine so, because I don't know, man. I'd have a hard time supporting anybody that murdered my 3 children. Just telling you. I mean, like, and people can say that's cold and harsh, and I don't understand mental illness, and you're probably right. I don't.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. I don't think, regardless of what the circumstances were, I don't think I would ever get there. I don't think I would.
It's tough, man. It's just hard for me to even get past it. But we got to move on, and I appreciate the phone call. And you always have great questions and great debates. I really do appreciate the conversation. And like I said, I don't know what the answer is. I really don't. I just know how I feel, and that's who I'm speaking for. I'm speaking for myself and how I feel about it. And that's it.
Yeah, and that's fair. Everyone can have their own opinion on it.
Absolutely, and I won't think anything less of anybody else for feeling a certain way.
And Dr. Gary, I have questions for you, but
Yes, he has a Hot Wheels hearse above his forehead.
I know he has a Hot Wheels.
He's under a gag order.
Well, I had other questions other than that, but we're on time limit, so sorry you were so silent, but I'll talk.
He likes being silent sometimes.
No,
Next question.
It's inappropriate.
I think you should get some merch.
I think it is appropriate.
With a Dr. Gary bobblehead.
Oh, yeah.
And that way you can put it up and just let it talk when he can't comment.
That's
Yeah,
true.
sure. Why not?
No, but I think it's ethical and appropriate for me to avoid
No,
commenting.
it's fine. Yeah, I don't. It's
No,
fine.
We're
There are
good.
so few of us with that expertise
As
that
they used to say, move along, nothing to see here.
Yeah, we're
yeah,
moving.
it could
Thank you,
wind up
Cassie.
in the press or something.
Thanks,
Totally
Kathy.
fine.
Yeah.
Totally fine. Not
Aloha.
a problem at all. Let's see here. All right, Linda, go ahead, Linda. Where are you calling from?
Hi, I'm calling from the suburbs of New York City.
A different
Very good.
Linda. I thought it was Linda
Yes.
from Surprise. How are
No,
you?
I
You're
am-
from my neck of the woods, it sounds like?
Yes, yeah, I'm like less than 30 miles from Manhattan, north of Manhattan. And I wanted to bring up a subject that Dr. Gary touched upon in the last couple weeks when he mentioned that he was concerned about these terroristic cells,
Oh, yes.
one day bursting forth. I just wanted to relay a little bit of something in my background. My husband was in law enforcement for over 30 years. He went to the National Academy the spring session of 2001. And upon his return, he was in an intel unit here in the suburbs. And then 9/11 happened. And then that went into hyperdrive.
Oh, yeah.
And part of his surveillance, which I never would have thought of had I not been, so close to it, there were a lot of individuals living in these terror cells, and a lot of them were in New Jersey, let's say the other side of the two tunnels, Lincoln Tunnel, Holland Tunnel. However, they came to the suburbs to quote work, and a lot of them had these kiosks in our malls, back when malls were popular. And they sold things and individuals would come and speak, and it was activity that was right out in the public, which was being surveilled. And now we fast forward, another 20 years or so, and individuals change their methods. And now we have what's very popular. We have all kinds of platforms where people can order things from businesses they really don't know under the guises of, I don't want to just say Amazon because, now if you go to walmart.com or target.com, there's all kinds of third parties. And there are people selling things and a lot of people buying, and you really don't know who you're buying from. And I believe not too long ago, the New York Times also had an article where these kind of platforms have become very popular with groups, even religious groups, that some would consider to be cults. And it's a way for them to not be so visible, but they're still making money. And that's just something I kind of wanted to bring forward. And I'm sure, Chris, in your career, I'm sure you dealt with businesses and or things that were fronts for something else.
Correct.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're on the cusp.
Yes, we are. And I'm just, hope
The scary part is we're seeing it. And this is, I know this is a very, well, I don't, me, I'm a straight shooter. I just say it the way it is. So we are.
Is it your turn to piss off the crowd?
If we don't wake up,
Mhm.
but when I say wake up, if we don't realize that the Saracens are at the gates,
Yes.
then we will never learn. And in less than a generation, our grandchildren and children's children will be fighting the fight.
Yes.
And this is something that, people are going to blow a gasket. I've had them say it all the time, but that's okay. I've been teaching this principle for about 20 something years. In 1998, there was a fatwa. And if you type in Osama bin Laden fatwa, anybody can do it. He declared in February 23rd, 1998, that the front would be coming here to the United States. And in this fatwa, he declared that all Americans, not only military, but personal civilians, could be eliminated. And so that was long before the 9/11 problem. Now, we have to understand that fatwa. First of all, you have to know what that is. Okay. You have to first understand what that means. And what that means is Osama bin Laden gave the blessing to have 13 people fly into the World Trade Centers. And this was, I knew the FBI agent that was with the first guy that tried to blow up the trade centers. I forget what his name was. Anyway, it'll come to me. I'm not getting any younger. But this idea existed since 1998. And if you go back even further than that, to the MBH, the Muslim Brotherhood, this is a political jihad taking place in our country as we are on this podcast tonight. And unless people wake up and smell the coffee, then, it is what it is. This is not a situation where it's a red issue or a blue issue. This is an issue where they've already shown what they want to do and how they want to do it. And to your point, they're here. Mm-hmm. And they're here in depth.
Yes.
And if we were dealing with it in the 80s, when I was a vice detective from 1984 to 86, and the unit I was in was a special enforcement section, and that was our intelligence section as well, meaning we had guys and gals that were working the intel because we were 30 miles from the border. Mm-hmm. We were finding prayer rugs in the 80s at the U.S. border. And you can imagine now where we are today. When you have a guy who is running for Senate in Michigan who has said, we are here to conquer this country. They make no excuses. They tell you what they're going to do. And if people say, well, you're this, you're that, you're this, you're that. Okay, really? What am I? An American? Great. My father fought in 3 wars. Bring it on. But I can tell you this, I'm not going to subject my grandchildren to it. You can forget it. And what's really ironic when I say stuff like this on the lab, I always watch, the people that come into my chat later on say, oh, this guy's ultra MAGA and this and all this. And no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm an American. Okay, that's my political affiliation. My parents are buried at Arlington National Cemetery. I visit my father in the most holy ground for military warriors in this country. That's what I am. Because the president's going to change. I could care less about that. What I care about is what I lived through. And that is my foundation. And guess what? I'm not ignorant either. My father fought in the Chosin Reservoir. He was hitting the Chinese with a shovel and his helmet to bring me to this world. And I will never, ever disrespect or dishonor that principle. And it drives me crazy when people go, well, you know, you must be Islamophobic. Really? What is that? That's a made up word. And guess who made it up? The Muslim Brotherhood. I can tell you when it was made up, how it was made up, and who made it up.
Well, I think you can throw phobic behind anything.
Well, I can tell you about Takia too. Does anybody know what Takia is in the chat?
No, I don't know.
Look it up. Type it up. Type it in. I can tell you about fatwa. I've read the Quran. I can tell you about the 5th principle, the 6 pillars. I can tell you about even the Babylonians and the Assyrians when they conquered the first temple of Solomon in 600. We can go back that far. That's easy. My undergraduate work is religious studies. Josh knows that.
Yeah.
I used to teach religion in a university level. Well, it was a JC. I get this principle. I understand. And guess what? It's staring us right in the face. And we have an opportunity in this country right now to pull the curtain back, or we're going to be watching the people in Manhattan, downtown, in the middle of the street, when there are worship centers right around the corner. Why not go in there and do it? You know why? Because the principle there is to plant the flag. And if New Yorkers let that happen, which you've already done in New York, you know, with the fruitcake mayor that they got elected from the DSA, he came under, then that's the strategy of the Muslim Brotherhood, by the way. This is a political jihad taking place right now in this country. You know, there are over 200 that have been elected into offices in this country right now, 200 Muslims. When I mean I'm not talking moderates. I'm talking radicals. Over 200 have taken offices in this country. Some of them don't even speak English. From Pakistan, from Afghanistan, from Iran, and you know, a lot of people don't know that the majority of the Iranian people are not radical in any way, shape, or form. It was the mullahs in 1979 who captured the Marines in the embassy and held them for 300 and something days. We forget about the coal bombing. Did we forget about that piece of the puzzle? Did we forget about the barracks in Beirut that blew up in Lebanon? We forget about that. Did we forget about, you know, the SLA, the Sudanese Liberation Army? Did we forget about all these other people? And I love this one, Gays for Palestine. That's always a good one. Do they realize when they get power, they're going to throw them off of buildings for being gay?
Well, that's what happens in Palestine.
Well, it happened. You know where gays are safest in the Middle East? You're not going to believe
Israel.
it. Correct.
No, I knew that because they have rights and Israel actually Israel recognizes gays as like they have rights under the law in Israel. That's true. Anyway, Linda, we're going to move on, but thank you so much for your call.
Thank you. Good night, guys.
Thanks, Linda. I'm sure you heard from your husband. So,
all right, let's see. Janet, are you there?
I am here. How are
Here's
you?
Janet. Good to see you. Or good to hear from you. How are you?
A while.
I'm good. I got your package, Dr. G. Thank you so much.
Book that I sent. Did you like the book?
I do. I just
got your
got
book
it
too.
today, so I haven't read it yet, but
Okay. You mean the one that you picked up from the library that I was offering?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
wonderful. Yeah, good. I don't remember which one it was, but I hope you enjoy it.
Oh, it's called Let's Kill Mom.
Oh, yes. That's a very well-known true crime book. It's very disturbing.
It appears to be. The title kind of got me right away. So anyway, that was a very powerful call from Tara. I'm still kind of
Yeah, let me see what she's yeah, she was she was on fire. I mean, I'm telling you that she's got her sights set, doesn't she?
Yeah, just so many people that you attract because like attracts like, and so you do get so many people that are so purpose driven and powerful and willing to be vulnerable and put their whole heart into what they're doing. It's just very inspiring, very inspiring. So, Dr. G, I'm wondering if you also have a gag order on Andrea Yates.
It's not a gag order. It's just that I didn't want to discuss it because the opinions that I have on it could find themselves in the media and have an influence on the case, because there are not too many people that have the kind of unusual background in both psychosis and violence that I have, and I just feel it's better to reserve my opinions on that. Andrea Yates is a settled, adjudicated matter. It's a different story.
So, do you agree with the outcome of her second trial?
Well, do you doubt that Andrea Yates was authentically psychotic?
No,
So,
I don't.
So what would bother you about it?
Well, it just seems that a lot of people don't think that a female who could be postpartum could also be psychotic.
Well, she also had a diagnosis of schizophrenia before she carried a diagnosis of schizophrenia for some years before being diagnosed with postpartum depression and psychosis. So, I mean, you're talking about a person with a serious psychotic disorder who was motivated, so clearly by psychotic symptoms that on retrial, she's actually found not guilty by reason of insanity in Texas, of all places. I mean, just think about the bar in Texas.
Right.
Right. I mean, and so, I mean, it's a tragic, tragic case. And I understand the sensitivities to things like this that people have, because, they'll say, look, in the final analysis, you killed the children. I understand that. But the fact is, how do I say this? We think of, in fact, I'm writing about this as we speak. We think of psychosis-driven violence as being disorganized, chaotic, and that if it isn't, you must not be psychotic. And this is foolish. The reality is that you could be hearing voices or have a delusion that you act on and be very organized. For example, if you believed that the television was transmitting messages to you, you might take a hammer and smash it to a million pieces, and it would look disorganized. But if someone understood that you were doing that because you thought that there were voices coming out of it, then it wouldn't really be that disorganized. It actually makes a lot of sense. Or throwing all the furniture in front of the door to barricade it because you think the neighbors want to kill you looks disorganized, but it isn't. And if you thought, as this woman did, you understand what her idea was for why she killed the children, right? What she said was the reason. Do you remember?
No, I don't.
So, do either of you? Does anybody remember the motive
of what Yates did?
Andrea Yates said she killed the children.
No, I don't remember.
So, do you want to give like a primer on the case to everybody? Like, do you
Well,
usually?
it just says that. Well, let me just see here. It just says Andrea Yates acted on severe untreated postpartum psychosis. She believed her children were not righteous, and that killing them was the only way to save their souls from hell,
Right.
and to defeat Satan under the delusion that she was an evil mother and her children were damned.
Right. Now you have to understand that this is an example of a person who was sort of being held together until she has a very complicated life event where her father dies. Now, if you know anything about psychotic disorders, you know that something that is very stabilizing in your life being taken out of your life can be very, very chaotic. So, for example, I've treated people with psychotic disorders where, you'll say to them, "Your brother has passed away," and they say, "Oh, that's interesting," and there's no affect. But then if you were to say they're closing down the local White Castles that you sit in every single day with your shopping bags, because it makes you comfortable, they might become explosive because there's more glue in that daily behavior of going to the White Castles than connecting with this relative that they haven't had that much to do with. You understand?
Mhm.
And for her, the death of her father was extremely triggering. Then she stopped taking her meds, and she started mutilating herself. She was reading the Bible over and over. She stopped feeding the kid. And then she got so bad that she needed to be hospitalized. And then she became kind of catatonic, and she was like filling the bathtub up and thinking about drowning the children in it. She was like seeking treatment. They, were trying to figure out if she was suicidal. There was this idea that she had filled the tub for the purpose of drowning herself. It was really, really, she was really ill. And then ultimately, under the influence of these delusions, she killed the kids. And this is an example of what I think Chris is talking about, where some things are just like unmitigated mental illness, and there's a kind of a crisis of that. I mean, Chris, if I understood what you were saying earlier, you would interpret the Andrea Yates case almost as like a failure of treatment services for somebody with a psychotic disorder, right? That she
Yes.
needs help.
But what's the proper thing to do then?
I mean, I can't speak for the people that treated her, but I mean, she was like catatonically ill. And
but what's the proper thing to do? What
I think it was that, with people, look, I'm not talking about her, but if somebody were demonstrating something like that, her mental health providers might hospitalize her or keep her.
For how long?
Lisa. Well, until she's no longer manifesting disorganizing, dangerous behaviors that are a result of psychosis.
And then put her back in society?
No, the point is that there are treatment protocols for people. You can remain in the inpatient hospital. You can be in a partial program. You can have someone checking on you. You can have an ACT team going to the home. You could be on antipsychotic medication that you take by injection. Over and over. Not wanting to take it if you're dangerous to people. There are all kinds of things that can be done. But the fact of the matter is, she was very disturbed, and that is a real case. I am sorry. I mean, that case. There is no question.
But is there anybody that's ever done something like that, Gary? Dr. Gary?
Wasn't really psychotic?
Yeah.
Oh, of course. In fact, that's what I'm writing about now is malingered psychosis. But the fact of the matter is, women who kill their children generally do so, especially in a mass murder, and that was a mass murder, which, so it's in my own database, right? Women who kill their children generally do so because of mental illness or because of desperation. Like they believe they're sparing the children in some way, or your father is, unable to provide and you're all going to starve, or I can't provide for you, so I kill all the children. But it's generally when men kill their children, it's usually because of jealousy or custody issues, or
like Watts,
that the wife has been unfaithful and the children are like maybe not his, but when or other reasons, spite. But when women kill their children, it is generally because of mental illness. Now, look, are there examples of cases where they just want to kill their children? Yeah, but they're rare. They're actually very rare. And the other thing is, remember the McDonough rule, right? I mean, so just because a person has psychosis doesn't mean they don't know the difference between right and wrong. So the whole thing for a jury is going to be like, were you so sick that you couldn't even recognize that what you were doing was wrong? And they found her not guilty by reason of insanity on that second trial. That means, by definition, they thought she couldn't even appreciate the difference between right and wrong and what she was doing. She was so influenced by psychosis. And that is important to understand. That is a real thing, a real condition. Now, the problem, of course, is this whole thing about, did you recognize right from wrong? And that's where a trial comes in. And a person could have a psychotic disorder, but in that moment, know what they're doing. So, so that's to be sorted out on a case-by-case basis.
But also can't.
I have a great sympathy for people who experience postpartum psychosis. It is devastating.
But can't people also fake that stuff?
There are cases and malingering, and I'm not going to get into how we tell when someone's malingering, but of course that's part of what I do, right? I mean, as a forensic psychologist, I have to be able to detect when there are instruments that you use, and if you're very skilled, you could do it with some, clinical interviewing alone, but you really should use instruments, collateral, and all kinds of other information, and to think about potential gains. And sometimes when people are malingering, they report symptoms that are just extremely unlikely. That where you have to almost wonder, like, are you making it up? Because it's just too specific. It's too unusual. For a simple example, the person who tells you that they killed in the context of hearing voices, and you say, tell me about the voices. And they say they were the voices of evil sounding animals. Well, that's virtually non-existent in authentic psychosis. That's probably made up. Could be drugs, alcohol, brain damage, but chances are you made it up, right? So there are things where we're going to know that somebody's probably fibbing. And there are a lot of things people don't fake well, that are aspects of psycho. But with postpartum stuff, I mean, I got to tell you, if you've ever seen it, it's brutal. It's brutal stuff. And what's really terrible is when the woman recovers and then realizes what she's done. Terrible. Terrible. To realize that in a state of psychosis, you killed all your children. That's rough stuff. You know what I mean? So, but I understand. I think Chris is right. In some ways, there's an underappreciation of the crisis of mental health in this country.
Yeah,
Really.
I mean, I don't disagree with that. I guess
he's right. Chris is right.
Not to rehash the point, but
yeah,
I guess I'm not saying that I don't have sympathy and I don't feel.
No, of course not. You're thinking of the children.
Well, that sort of supersedes everything.
Well, first of all, let's be honest, Josh. You were a child who was personally affected by his father's crime.
Yeah, they said he had mental problems too.
Well, so as I'm saying, so I mean, I give you credit. I mean, listen, you were 3 years old.
Yeah.
Weren't you the same age as one of the kids in the Tepe?
Yes.
I mean, come on. So I understand that, and I'm very horrified by some of the people in the chat who think that there's something wrong with saying that postpartum psychosis is a real thing and that a person could honestly not know what she's doing. Yeah, there are cases like that. Sorry. That there are. Some people want to think that no mental illness defenses are real, that everybody's full of crap. There are some real mental health cases. Okay.
Of course.
I mean, there are cases like, someone takes bath salts and eats someone's face, that kind of thing. I have a case in the New Evil of a little boy, I think he was 5 years old, who called 911 himself. And they said, what happened? And he said, my daddy ate my eyes. Completely intoxicated on drugs, and did that. And in his right mind would never have done such a thing. You understand? So there are cases like that. So, and this is where people like me come in. You have to
I don't think there should be any question that people can absolutely be in such a state that they have no idea what they're doing.
Right. Oh, there are people who fake it.
Of course.
You know, so that is going to be the point of
They fake it so they don't get in trouble for it, or they don't have to spend the rest of their life in prison.
That's what malingering is.
Right.
But the point I'm making is it is very rare for a woman to kill all of her children in a mass murder without there being a mental health component. It is against every fiber of what women are biologically and socially constructed to do to children. You understand? It's very unusual. It's sort of like the way that we are built to preserve ourselves, so that it's unusual for a person to take their own life or allow themselves to be harmed. It goes against the natural self-preservation instinct. Women, when they have children, preserve the child almost as if they're preserving the self.
Of course.
All right. I have patients that have done things like throw themselves, in front of a vehicle, a speeding vehicle, to save a child, or things like that. They're extraordinary. And so for a woman to kill her children is very rare, if it doesn't involve loss of contact with reality. But it's a case-by-case thing, and that's why I have to be careful not to comment on that case. So I don't know the details, number one, to really confidently make a statement. She has to be examined by a professional, and they'll render their own opinion. They'll do measures to see if there's any malingering. They'll decide if she knew it right from wrong. They'll consider.
But they could get that wrong too, though, couldn't they?
Well, it's a sophisticated process. It's not
but nonetheless, it still could. They could still get it wrong.
But when it comes to malingering, though, people who malinger don't do it very well. There are some sophisticated ones, but it's usually pretty stupid.
Sure.
Well,
basically, it's up to the experts to convince the jury one way or the other.
Yeah, that's why I'm such a fan of the fair trial. I think it's a beautiful thing. Did you know, by the way, that the design of having 12 jurors and having the number of jurors and the two alternates actually comes from the apostles, and the idea that there are the two alternates comes from the fact that there were the replacement apostles. Did you know that? You knew that, Chris, right?
I did.
Yeah, that it's based on the apostles and the notion of having the ones to replace those that are no longer present. And I love that. I think that's beautiful.
Yeah.
But anyway, so listen, I'm sorry, Janet, for the long answer, but it's a really important question.
It is. It's disturbing a lot of people. So I'm glad you addressed it. I'm very glad you addressed it.
It's going to be when this ruling comes down, people are gonna, on either side. One side is going to be, but let's just remember that honestly, it's not really going to change much at all. Well, maybe some awareness. Maybe there needs to be, and Chris has said this many times, and he's probably
wrong.
I don't know. He's dealt with people like that are in, states that are just, like you said, a million times, that he's had to deal with people having these sort of crisis. And I do believe that there is a mental health. You see it every day. You go downtown, you see it. I mean, not many people want to live like that. I mean, there are some that live, and that they cause themselves problems by taking drugs, and then there's just some people that need help. That's the truth, and I would never marginalize anything or anybody like that. But I like I said, I couldn't serve on a jury like that because I couldn't be fair, and that's not how the system works. So,
I don't think in the voir dire situation, I don't think they pick you.
Of course not. And I would tell them I couldn't. I would always say, I've been dismissed by every time. I've been dismissed almost every time I've ever went to jury duty, pretty much right away.
I loved when I was called into the voir dire at jury duty, and I got to tell them what I did. Sir, do you think you could render an unbiased opinion? What do you do for a living? So I said, clinical and forensic psychologist, you know, and I render opinions on cases a lot worse than this one, sir. You know, that kind of thing. It was just so funny. But
Well,
it's like, you know,
thank
it's
you,
just
Janet.
hysterical to me, you know. But okay. Well, look, Chris, have you ever served jury duty?
No, I've been summoned, but
That's what I'm saying. It's hard for cops to get on jury.
it takes
I mean,
like 4 minutes.
Yeah, how you going to
They
be
just
unbiased?
read that, you know, they read my background and they're like, have a good day.
Hasta salonga, as my father would say.
Did I say that? Did I ever say mental illness wasn't real, Gary?
No, of course not. And I also think it's very important to make the following statement. Okay, remember something.
What a moron!
I didn't. Oh, I don't know. Person misinterpreting you. But let me be clear about something. Statistics tell us
No, I'm not
you are
pleased.
far more likely, if you have psychosis, you are far more likely to be a victim of crime than to perpetrate it.
That's a good point.
Being mentally ill, particularly with psychosis, can render you very vulnerable to being victimized yourself. And when people with psychotic disorders commit violence, it's often very spectacular. It's the things that they will do are really spectacular, you know, over the top sometimes, very disorganized sometimes, or very, very aggressive. And it's very painful to see some of the things I've had to see. And sometimes it can be zany and disorganized and bizarre. You know, I'll go to a prison to evaluate somebody, and they'll say, the person can't speak to you. You know, they're hurling their feces at, you know, the guards today. You know, or you know, they put their food in their socks. You know, we're not going to have them meet with you. That kind of thing. There could be
sure, right?
You know, and of course, drugs, alcohol can add an element.
And a lot of people do that to medicate.
Right, and that can make things a lot.
And then it gets, then it just degrades and degrades. But all right, Janet, thank you so much for your call. No, you cannot. No,
Janet, you were very on
no
today.
No,
Please, John.
no,
Please.
absolutely.
She was real on topic.
Chris.
You got to give her credit.
Question for Chris.
No.
Quick
Go
one.
ahead.
Chris,
Yes, ma'am.
I think it was yesterday. Somehow YouTube sucked me into this somebody's live stream. I don't even know who they were, but they had gotten through FOIA the 911 calls that got that YouTuber arrested.
Yeah, they were horrible, weren't they? Did you hear them? I listened.
They were all from people from out of state. Nobody from Nancy's neighborhood.
I like the one from
YouTubers
Canada.
calling into gripe.
Did you hear the lady from Canada who says, I'm not in America?
Yeah. Yeah.
And the one from Texas, I'm not in Texas. You know, remember we talked about that. I was worried about that. In fact, I told Josh, so far I'm batting 1,000. I said, these are all going to be thrown out. And the reason is for, you know, that last one though, with whether or not people like it, right? That with Alex from, you know, can I mention his channel, Josh? I want to be respectful to you. Okay. You know, from the criminal, I forget the name of his channel, but look, I met him at CrimeCon. He came up to me and introduced himself to me at CrimeCon. And as you know, I hope people are starting to at least get to know my personality. I have dealt with people who have committed crimes, you know, since 1982. And some people are career criminals. Some people are just petty criminals. When they do their time and they are out on the street, that does not, criminal network, thank you so much. And Alex, forgive me. When they do their time, they're out on their street. Well, guess what? Then that's how it is. And that does not cause me to judge them any more or less outside of weighing it against what the law says. I was afraid that the people had called on him and that the officers did exactly what they did. And now these 911 calls are proving my point, where you had people not even in the neighborhood. Not even in the neighborhood. They're calling from Texas. They're calling from, out of state and Canada. They're calling from foreign countries that they're watching his live stream and they're, critiquing his live stream. Therefore, he's breaking the law in their opinion. And the fact that the 911 dispatcher said, "May I ask you a question?" "Yeah, where are you?" "I'm in Canada." "Okay, well, we've got officers out there right now." She should have said, "You know what? I'm sorry." Click, and you move on to the next call. But
Exactly.
the sheriff empowered them. And I know this for a fact because I spoke with some deputies. They did not want to go out there and arrest those people. In fact, they put it in their reports. You'll see one of the deputies actually wrote in the report the name of the lieutenant that ordered him to go arrest those people. Now, if you're driving to a situation where you're going to arrest somebody and you go hands-on with somebody and that citizen resists, guess what? You're at fault as much as the citizen resisting, because you're going there with the intent to know a possibility could exist that citizen would resist. And that is a Supreme Court decision called Connor. And I saw that in this situation, and I said it. Josh didn't agree with me because
but to be fair, Chris, they did refile charges against him.
Well, they can file it all day long.
I'm just saying that they dropped it once and then they've refiled again.
Right. Do you know who? If I was the defense attorney, you know who I would subpoena? Every one of the 911 callers. And if the state can't put them on as witnesses, then guess what? That's exculpatory evidence. And the judge will throw it out again. Because you can't put a citizen into a place. That's called entrapment. There's rules for that too. You can't take a bunch of calls from foreign people out of this country and say, "You know what? I don't like the live stream that Josh Diaz is doing." And then the SWAT team come through your front door.
Don't give anybody any ideas.
Well, but that's what happened. That's exactly what happened in this situation. The only difference is he's outside versus inside of a house. And if I was a defense attorney, that's exactly the play I would go. Because just because you don't like him, not you or me or you or anybody else, just because he looks different than the next person does not give us right or liberty or challenge to the Constitution of the United States and his civil rights, or anybody else. That DA Juice, the black guy, you don't get to, because he's black, you don't get to go over there and say, "Hey, you're black, you're under arrest because you're hanging out in front of Nancy Guthrie's house." I'm sorry. Maybe I'm old school, maybe I'm broken. I don't know what the problem is, but I can tell you this. I was a supervisor with police. I had stripes. You've seen my uniforms, me in uniform. If one of my troops came to me and said, "Hey, sir, we're going to go arrest these guys," I said, "No, you're not." Under what grounds? Well, they're harassing the neighborhood. And that's what Nano said was happening. And guess what? Now that they've got all those 911 calls and they're playing them, and if anybody wants to hear them, you can go over and listen to them. You can go listen to them. And they're horrendous to hear what they say. Well,
I'm surprised that they reacted to them from people out of state calling.
That's the point.
No, I know. I've never seen that before, to be honest.
They are going to line up a civil rights lawsuit, and they're going to get a civil attorney. And if a jury convicts him, it will be overturned. I guarantee it. And he will walk out of jail with a very nice house And it could have all been stopped. It could have all been stopped in the beginning. And the reason being, just at least in my opinion, is they set the precedent. When you have 40 news companies out front of that home on the street in the exact same area where the citizen journalists are, and by the way, that's a thing now because one of them just testified in front of Congress, Nick Shirley, about all the fraud going on in the country. So they've recognized now, meaning they've set a precedence that the Supreme Court will have to look at and say, well, yeah, okay, things have changed, kind of, and I said this the other day, kind of like vinyl records. There's no more they're coming back again, but vinyl left for a while, okay? And would encourage anybody to buy a Sony stereo with some killer speakers and buy vinyl. Man, it's so crisp. But here, I'm going to get off the soapbox for a moment. The point being, once the mainstream media left, does not mean the streamers who were there with them left also. And you don't get to selective enforce a precedence that's set for weeks and weeks and weeks. And in fact, when they left the tent that those guys were underneath. It was ABC News that left the white tent for some of the other streamers. Imagine that in front of a jury. If you tell a jury, well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, they didn't even own that tent. It used to belong to ABC, and they gave it to them.
It was a nice tent.
It was a great tent. And it was very nice of them because that's what the mainstream media can do because they've got tons of money. And so the moment they made the decision to go arrest those guys, here's going to be the question that the jury's going to look at. All right. Was there a precedent? The answer is yes. Did they know they were going to go arrest these people from 911 calls out of the country? The answer is yes. Okay. So how do you convict somebody of nuisance in Arizona when your reporting parties are in Canada?
Yeah, I guess they don't know how to use their off button,
That's what a great comment. That's
Yeah,
exactly
it's great.
right.
Thanks, Janet. Now we got to go.
And Janet, thank you for taking my side because I agree with you. I met Alex in person and I learned a little bit about his life. And he was straightforward, man. He was a straight shooter. He said, look, I'm 10 years clean, yada, yada. I did my time, etc. I got to respect that. What am I going to do? I mean, as another human being,
Yeah.
and so I just said, okay, cool. Nice meeting you. And he hung out, he's even in my picture at CrimeCon. The guy, he came over. I have nothing against any of these guys. None. I try to treat people the way I would want to be treated. Now, and I told him, on Twitter in a message, dude, you have to chill. You have to relax. But you can't blame him either because he felt wronged. The moment that deputy grabbed him, he kept asking, why are you arresting me? Well, you know what the deputy didn't say? Well, because we got phone calls from Texas and Canada that you're out here doing a live stream and they don't like it.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? You don't have that right to do that as a cop. No way. And you know me. I will tell you if I like it, or I'll tell that's the one thing people can rest assured, and Karen will tell you, what you see is what you get. My mother thought, that could have been a problem. I guess growing up. When I was born, they rolled her over, looked at my butt, and told her she had twins. Okay, and so it was, and then they slapped her, by the way,
that
when I was
doesn't
going to
surprise
slap
me
my
either.
mother. But I don't know what it is inside of my personality. I have always had this sense of fairness about things. And sometimes you like it, sometimes you don't. There are times where the law enforcement has to step back and say, you know what? We can't do anything about this, ma'am. I'm so sorry. Well, I don't like this and that. Well, I get it. I don't either, but I don't have a crime here. So have a good night. I got to go. Click. And then you just got to move on. Because I mean, what next? If he's willing to do this nanos, when I'm talking about nanos, what's going to happen in the next Nancy Guthrie case? Because there's going to be another one, not her, obviously, but there will be something as drastic as that, and the media is going to show up again. What's he going to do then? Arrest Brian Enton for standing out front because they're getting phone calls from Australia saying, or Canada saying, "Hey, I don't like the stream Brian Enton's doing."
Well, he probably would arrest Brian if he could.
He should arrest you, Janet. All right, we got to go.
Thanks, Janet.
All right, I'm back to Planet Janet. Take
Planet
care.
Janet.
Aloha.
All right. We got a couple more calls to take. We're at 3 hours, so we're gonna move along here a little bit. Our time limit never goes well, by the way. Okay, let's see. No, that's not your fault. It's actually all
Chatty
Gary's
Cathy
fault.
here.
It's Gary's fault.
One of the things Karen said she loved about me.
It's Gary's fault.
As long as her girlfriends.
Really? She said that about you?
Oh, yeah. She goes, "You're like talking to one of my girlfriends when we were."
Well, that must have made you feel great.
I wasn't sure. I now know what she means.
All right. Cynthia, go ahead, Cynthia.
Hey, I'm calling from the southern tier of New York in the Finger Lakes area. And I could get cut off because we're having a spectacular thunder and lightning storm right now. So I might lose connection. But can you hear me okay?
Yep, hear you fine.
Okay, I wanted to talk about Summer Wells, and maybe this has already been discussed in the past, but after listening to a lot of the interviews that Chris did with Candace and Hunter, and I just can't get out of my mind that I saw a discrepancy there where Candace said that they stopped at the grocery store and they just went in there for a minute, a minute or two. And then Hunter said, yeah, maybe 5 or 10 minutes. But when Candace came back to the house, she told Chris, I believe, that in one of his interviews, she goes, oh, yeah, I had to get the boys to help me with all the bags of groceries. And then they had to help, help with the grandmother's groceries, too. And, in my experience of grocery shopping, I don't think you could get all those groceries in 5 or 10 minutes or 1 to 2 minutes. And so that's always really bothered me about that. That doesn't seem to make sense. That it seems like they might be lying about that. And then on top of it, when you see those pictures of Summer in the back seat of the car, all dressed in, long sleeves, long pants and whatever. And, there's some people that have weighed in, and I believe that they were experts in their field, that she doesn't look like she's alive, or she could not be alive. And I'm just wondering if they might, and they said they don't use air conditioning. And I'm just wondering, and maybe this is a crazy thought, that they might have all gone into the store, including Hunter, and left her out in the car a little bit longer than they should have. And she might have, suffered from heat exhaustion. But I don't know. Does that sound nutty?
No, it doesn't sound nutty at all, because I always found it very odd when she said to Chris that she She goes, and when I went and got her up, she jumped right up like it was nothing, like she was in some sort of catatonic state before that.
Yeah, why
And
would she even say that? That
I don't
just
know, because she made a major point about it. I mean, a major point about it.
and why would they take that picture? It seems like, it's like, why would they even take that picture of her too? So
yeah, I have no idea. I used to have this thought that, maybe that the reason that she was on the cold milk was because maybe she had overheated and they were trying to, get her to cool off, because kids fall asleep in cars sometimes when they're left in there when it's warm. It happens. So I don't think it's a nutty theory at all. Chris, go ahead.
No, I agree with you. I think also the milk conversation was convoluted with Candace and Hunter. They both had different explanations for the milk. But one of the biggest clues I think that we can all take away is Grandma. When she gave the interview with the news station, where, remember when Lawson came out and said, "Hey, well, we're not, talking to the family and, well, et cetera." And then they had to respond, right? Grandma had to respond and Candace had to respond. She slipped in that conversation. And the slip was she went in and took a nap.
Oh,
And
yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
So how do you immediately put Summer in the house or put Summer back in Grandma's trailer planting flowers when Grandma's taking a nap?
Right. Well, there's something really off, because I don't know, with all the bags of groceries she said she told you that she had to have help with, nobody can shop for that in 5 or 10 minutes.
Well, exactly.
Especially with Grandma in there with her bad knees. So
100%. And, the milk situation there, that's just, look at the boxes that are in there in the cars. This is not a place where, a child should be. And I agree. I don't know if she's, I can't tell from this photograph, for me anyway, if she's, with us or not. So I don't want to speculate on that. And
the only thing that I did, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all right. I cut you off. I apologize.
No, that I just, I have, I had my suspicions about certain things, and not that AI is right about everything. I'm not saying that, because I've caught AI making mistakes, but, AI said they thought that was very suspicious about the groceries, and it makes sense to be suspicious of it. And I also put her picture through AI, and, I can't remember exactly what it said, but it said that there could be, it could look like she might not be alive in that picture. But I have all that I copied everything from AI. So it wasn't just, my, and I think they brought in some experts too, or some semi-experts, or who people said they were experts. I don't know. But do you know if law enforcement has ever looked at, those conflicting statements, with,
I do not know that answer. Yeah, I think with her, I personally, I would not, again, just stay at the house for now. There's no evidence outside of a narrative that the family has introduced that this is a stranger abduction. I mean, it's absolutely ludicrous.
Right. And look at the dogs, like when you came on the property, or anybody comes on the property, those dogs go crazy.
Yeah. I mean, just look at the most recent one with, Hatfield and McCoys or whoever they are going up there.
Right.
All the dogs were barking at them, and he's talking to, Don, as if Don's never been in, a career criminal for all the years, and that his son's not an RSO and all this other stuff, and that his two sisters haven't, said what they said. And by the way, as the world knows, they put three cases together on him, and just because they couldn't, because the statute of limitations had expired, did not mean that Mary and Jeannie and others weren't victimized by him. And he admitted it. So for me, he doesn't have a clean slate in this. 5-year-olds just don't vanish off, from the top of a hill. They just don't vanish. So something is there, and the only people there are Candace, the boys, Grandma, and Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead.
I mean, now that Hunter is older, would it be, he's a legal age now, would it be appropriate for you to contact him and talk to him about
he's
it?
he's not talking.
No.
I mean, with the parental advice that he's getting,
Mm-hmm.
I just can't see it.
From
it would
his
be great
dad.
if he would. Yeah, his dad. Yeah.
Yeah, but his scenario doesn't make sense. 5 or 10 minutes in the store, and neither does Candace's.
Well, all of their timelines are convoluted.
Screwed up.
None of them give a great detailed timeline. And Hunter says that they went in a certain order. Candace says they went in a certain order.
Mm-hmm.
The times are off by hours. There's an enormous chunk of time in that day missing. I'll never forget, Chris, when you did that show. It was like the 4-hour gap, and Chris pointed out that there was this. He was one of the first ones to talk about this case in the way that he did, and he got all this. He got these interviews with these people, and gave us a tour of the home, which just really shed just what I thought was a horrific living situation for children, regardless of what was happening in the case. I mean, no child should be living in the situation. It wasn't a poor issue. It was an addiction household ran by people that had addictions, and it was a disgusting place for children to live. That's simple. That's it. There's nothing more to that. It should not happen. Now, so we saw what conditions the children were living in. That was wrong. But then we started to find out more and more and more. And every explanation that was given was they all just fell short. And I don't know very many parents that when a child goes missing, stops talking to law enforcement. The sheriff says everybody in Summer's case is a suspect. He comes out and says, I always felt like they knew more, but we didn't get a chance to really talk to them about it, which never made it. That doesn't make any sense to me either. And so, there's just so many things about this case that are frustrating, and, hopefully that there will be answers someday and people are held responsible. But it's one of the most haunting cases that.
Yeah, I can't get it out of my mind.
I mean, who can?
Remember we talked about Dawn evolving? Dawn is a master at taking comments, statements, etc., and basically, stacking them on top of each other and evolving into the conversation. So where's he at now? Well, today he's with Child Protective Service in terms of the totality of this event. Now this was a total setup by CPS. And while they were distracted, they snatched her.
Yeah. Good. Good.
That's his mantra now. That's his
great
talk
theory.
track.
Great theory, Dawn.
So he's saying that who snatched Summer?
The state.
Oh,
of Tennessee.
I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, and now then he equates
He also
it to-
blamed Chris, and he also blamed me.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, he's a real keeper.
How'd I know you didn't come up here and steal? That's what he said to me.
Donnie, if you're listening, I can't wait to talk to you again.
How's it going, buddy? We
Well,
miss you.
you know, I remember this one thing stuck out in my mind that his previous wife came in crying to somebody in the family that he was standing out on the corner trying to sell one of his kids.
Correct.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
They went out and actually got him.
Yeah. He was doped up on the street.
He was on a meth binge.
And he can sound so convincing, until he goes off on the deep end.
My favorite Dawn story, though, is when people were accusing him of selling Summer. So he said that the way that he proved that he didn't need to sell in his children was that he went and took a few $1,000s out of the bank, went to Nashville, bought a bunch of crack, and handed it out all over the streets.
Was it Nashville or Kentucky when he?
No, it was. I think it was Nashville. And
that makes a lot of sense.
It was during Christmas time, and we're calling him the Crack Santa Claus. But Knoxville. Excuse me. He went to Knoxville and handed out a bunch of crack.
Knoxville. That's what I thought.
Now, let me tell you what I think happened. And this is just me speculating. Dawn bought a bunch of crack and went to Knoxville and did it. That's what I think happened. But that was his story.
Yeah, he's a real keeper.
I know, Chris, that you always say that you stay at the house. Maybe you can't say, you or Josh or Gary can't say what you think happened, or is it too just so confusing that you can't make sense of it?
No, I don't think it's confusing. I think it's, I don't know what happened before they got there, but I'm not convinced that there's a huge time frame. They just don't. Their story is just too scripted. Because everybody says the same thing almost verbatim. And when you listen to Don and they ask him in one of the very first press conferences, well, my wife said. And then when you listen to what the story is and you start looking for, gaps, do a gap analysis, for lack of a better term, and you start seeing these holes. It's just like the Guthrie case right here.
I know.
I mean, I'm not going to correlate the two of them, but it's really pretty simple. What time did they get there, Sheriff? Well, 11:15-ish in the morning. Okay.
Then it's 11:59.
Yeah, right. Then it's 11:50. Right, exactly. And so then when you start thinking about that, you say, well, how did we lose 56 minutes or whatever it is? Where did that go? And so, as an investigator, you say, okay, and then what happened? And you listen to Candace, she goes, well, I walked over here and then, I made sure to walk her right into the house. And I told the boys, keep an eye on your sister. Okay. And then I walked back to my mom and I was, working on her brace. Well, how are you working on her brace when your mother's sitting under a tree talking to the news station saying, yeah, when I got home, I adjusted my brace and I took a nap. Okay, which one is it? Is Grandma telling the truth or is Candace telling the truth? And if they're not telling the truth, why are they lying? We're talking about a 5-year-old little girl here.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Anyway, it just stacks up.
Cynthia, thank you so much for your call, and I appreciate you bringing up the Summer Wells case, and because we're always up for talking about that case because bringing awareness to it, and Dr. Gary has also talked about it with us many times, and we have many episodes on it. If you have not seen Chris's show, if you're new to the Summer Wells case, if
Oh
you don't
no,
know
I've
about it,
watched. I've been
no, I'm just
following
talking
it
to the
for
I'm just
years.
talking to the audience
Oh,
because
okay.
there are a
Sorry.
lot of new people. But if you guys haven't seen it, go over to Chris's channel. He's got a Summer Wells playlist as well, as do I. We have many interviews
Get the
with.
pop.
Yeah, it is a throwback, and there's a lot of explosive
Listen to the
stuff
call
in there.
about Don molesting a 5-year-old little girl.
It's in there. They're all over.
And
You-
didn't Don call you up, and do you have that on tape? I think, or on.
Yeah.
He called you up, Josh, and threatened to kill you or
He
whatever.
did. Yeah, he did threaten to kill me. Yes, he did.
I mean,
Yes,
do you
he did.
have that? I mean,
Oh, it's
do you
on.
have-
Yeah. Well, I don't personally have it, but it's all over YouTube.
Oh, okay.
It was a whole. It
I
was a
remember
whole.
you talking about that, but I don't know if I ever heard it.
I mean, I'm sure I could. I'm sure I could bring it up really quick if you want to hear it. Let me
No,
see.
I
Hold
can
on.
find it. I'll
No,
find
hold
it.
on. It's fun.
Well,
It's-
let's ask the sheriff while you're looking for it. Sheriff, what do you think of that?
Know all the things we know, and we still need to know what you know because there's something out there that we don't know.
That makes me laugh so hard every time you play that.
He's classic. He's classic.
I
Yeah,
don't even think he knows how that he sounds so ridiculous.
He does, isn't he? Right? I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. You know, they had another death, right? A couple of days ago in the jail. Unbelievable.
Oh my gosh, haven't they had like a huge amount of deaths in the jail? Like
63.
Yeah.
60.
I remember you and Karen were talking about that.
It's crazy. And, Karen, I mean, she keeps digging and just gets more and more and more. We got into the federal system now and we found all the lawsuits on him. There are pages, I mean, multiple pages of federal lawsuits. Unbelievable.
The most bizarre thing I heard was that the guy that got in trouble that worked underneath him, that he went and changed his name and
I know, right?
he came back and worked.
Who does that?
Who has the nerve to do that? He must have. I wanted to say another word, but
I got here. Here it is. You ready?
Yep.
I would.
Hold on.
I will fucking kill you if I find you, bitch. I promise you.
Don, that's
if I find you, I will do.
Wow.
I will fucking kill you if I find you, bitch. I promise you.
Don, that's
if I find you, I will kill you, motherfucker. This is no. You need to call the cops right now.
Yeah.
Please call the cops and tell them that if I find you, I will kill you.
Right. Well, you'll
call them now.
That you can go to
I'm on probation. Hey, don't forget. Call my probation officer.
I'm not going to do that.
Call my probation officer. I want you to.
I don't want to.
Because I'm afraid that if I find you, I'm going to kill you, John. I'm not fucking with you. I will do it. I will stick a knife right in your throat.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh.
Sheriff, what do you think about that?
All the things we know, and we still need to know.
Good memories, huh?
Thing out there.
Oh, great memories.
Did you have to get a restraining order against him or not?
No.
Or did you bother?
No, I didn't bother. I wasn't going to do anything about it, but people were so, up in arms about it. So I was basically told that since he was in Tennessee, that there would be nothing that they could do anyway. But, yeah, Don mostly beats up women. So no worries. I'm not too worried about him. And,
okay.
So yeah, he did that though. Well, for now, we'll see. He also hates Chris too. So anyway, thank you so much for your call.
All right. Thanks for taking my call. Okay.
No problem.
Bye.
All right,
the difference,
Gary,
I've got a varmint hunter.
Yeah, so do I.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah, we're good. All right, let me see. Oceanside Lady, go ahead. Only got a couple
Hello,
more calls.
gentlemen.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing fine.
This is mainly for Chris. Chris, there's a missing person case in Oceanside, then you'll be familiar with the type of timelines. She's been missing 33 days. She's a nurse from Kaiser, and I'm retired from Kaiser nurse, so it kind of really means a lot to me. She's a 44-year-old female, married, 2 kids, lives in Oceanside, works at Kaiser San Marcos. So you can, you get the geography.
Yep. She went to the casino, right?
Yes, and the casino people are all up in arms. So I wish you go to a casino, but they don't realize that in this area and also culturally, a lot of nurses like to go to the casinos because they have a high-end spas. They'll go there and spend a day spa. There's high-end shopping there. And then she was also a premium member. So apparently she went often enough to have that. And then, so regardless of why she went, the geography is not that far away from Oceanside, and it's not an unusual way to spend an afternoon if that's something that you like to do. But what I'm curious about from your perspective is that the police have, they've stopped the active search, and they said they're still working the case, but there's no active search now on Palomar Mountain. But they've not released any information to the public about what time she arrived at the casino, how long she was there. And every inch of casinos are covered. What did she do there? Because there's a hotel there. There's a spa, there's shopping, there's restaurants, there's gambling, there's a lot and there's entertainment. There are a lot of different things you could do there. And so, it just says that she left at a certain time. It doesn't say when she got there or what she was doing while she was there. And then she drove to Palomar Mountain to that hiking trail. And then she was seen, or they say that a single person driving that car was seen going into the entrance, and the car was parked and her purse and everything was inside the car, but she's never been seen. And so I'm just wondering, from your perspective, why do they not tell, the timeline of what was going on at the casino?
Well, they probably may have somebody that they're interested in, and they don't want to dime that off just yet.
Yeah.
Because, and the fact that is she seen leaving the casino with her car?
That's the only information that they do give. They say she left, I think it was like 3:05 p.m. or something. She left the casino in her car. And then that car was seen with one person in it. They don't say that it was her seen in it, entering the hiking area parking lot on Palomar Mountain, which, by the way, is just across the 76 from that Mesa Grande area. That's up behind the hideout, which is a really bad area. Those people up there are not good people.
Yeah, there's I know the area well. In fact, Leticia was found out up in that area.
Yeah.
The interesting thing about that, though, is they may have 2 people leaving in the car from the casino.
Yeah.
I haven't talked to anybody about it. I knew about it, but I've purposely, kept my head away from it right now.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So my gut is that they know there were 2 people in the car. And have they gone up and did the search and rescue or anybody go up to where the car was found?
They did everything Nanos did not do. I mean, they did every kind of search, and there's still the people from Kaiser or Kaiser family are still doing searches all the time.
Yeah.
And
you have to get together with Mary Chris and Richard from Maya Meliete's case and see if you can use their resources from their people that had helped organize.
Go ahead. Much of that case but
Yeah.
but maybe differently, because her husband is he's retired Air Force, or maybe not retired, I don't know, but he was Air Force, and now he's a contractor here, but he's been completely silent, other than, you know, in the very beginning. And she has a lot of family, and everyone's just been really silent. And, you know, there are 2 children involved.
Well, you know, again, that they may have, it sounds like they're deep into this if they haven't, you know, if they're not pushing a lot of information out.
But they stopped
How
the
often,
search for her.
why is OPD working it if it was a
She's
situation?
an Oceanside resident.
Yeah, I know, but she was reported missing out of the casino.
I know.
That should be a sheriff's problem.
Well, she's basically reported missing out of Palomar Mountain parking lot. That's where they found her car. So that would, and because they say that, and I don't know if there's a camera or if someone saw her, but what they say to us, the public, is that one person was seen driving that car into the parking lot. You know, I think maybe you have to buy a pass or something, a parking pass. But so they don't say that she was seen. They just say a single person, which then, you know, you would construe that to mean, oh, well, she got in her car at the casino, so she would still be driving her car. And, you know, in that area, sometimes they have had people, you know, followed for their winnings.
Yeah.
You know, but it does, they don't say that she won anything.
Yeah, well, typically wherever the victim, just because she lives in Oceanside, doesn't make it a OPD case. I mean, that's kind of rare, to be honest with you, because, you know, wherever the victim was is where the jurisdiction is.
Well, it's OPD case, and OPD, you know, they put out a press conference.
I saw the chief on that.
That they are, you know, stepping back the search, but they're still working the case. And
they haven't found her.
No,
not a trace.
That's,
not even.
They typically end up scaling back searches after, I don't know.
They probably have some solid lead.
And they, you
maybe
know,
that too. Yeah.
The little pond that's at the hiking trail, they stock it with trout, and people can fish there, but it's not a really deep, it's not like a reservoir or anything. They first put a dive team there, and then the San Diego, the dive team down in San Diego, the military dive team. Oh. I think they were military. I'm not sure. Anyway, but a more experienced dive team came up, and they also searched it, and they didn't find her. And then, you know, they went everywhere to, you know, in case it was a mountain lion or if she fell off of a trail. And there was a lot of searching and drones and all of that. And so people are wondering, you know, if maybe someone else parked that car there.
Yeah, that's probably what they're looking at too. But now if they park the car there, though, you're now looking for 2 cars.
Well,
because
you know, the
if
thing
they park
is
the car, the suspect has to leave.
Yeah. At the same time, maybe that person might have walked out.
Yeah, I know, but you're up in the mountains. Where are you going?
Well, it's not that crazy far. Like, you know, you could just walk down, you know, a half a mile and get picked up. You know, it's they're nice streets there.
No, I know, but that's my point. Now you're looking for a second car.
Yeah, it just bothers me that the fact that, you know, in a casino, every single inch of it is monitored, and that they don't say what time she got there or what she did while she was there.
But they
only
probably
say,
won't, though. If, I mean, you know,
and she dropped her child off, I think around 9 or 9:30 in the morning at a day camp, you know, like summer camp. And she was supposed to be at work at 7 o'clock that night at the hospital, at the ER.
They're probably just not giving up much information, which is typical of them
Well,
having.
the other thing is she could have been injured in Oceanside, and that's why OPD is involved. There could be a crime scene in Oceanside somewhere.
That's a
You
good
mean
point.
like made it back to Oceanside from the casino? Because she was seen leaving the casino.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why OPD would have jurisdiction, because if it was out in the casino, that would have been a sheriff's case.
Yeah, it's very strange. It's the whole thing is just, and
Where does she live? What part of Oceanside?
Oh gosh.
If you know.
I think fairly close. I think she lives in Ivy Ranch area or something.
Okay, so she's off of the 76.
Yeah, I think the 70s, between 76 and 78, and east of the 5.
Yep. So it's a straight shot back out to the casino.
Yeah, I mean, and people are all up in arms saying that's a very unusual thing to do, but it's not for people up in North County who enjoy that type of lifestyle. It's not a big deal to drive out there for the day, and even like for a nurse, it's not unusual to go out there and have a spa day or a high-end shopping day. If you have that money and that's the kind of thing you enjoy, you don't have to go there to be gambling.
Yeah, it's not out of character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Oceanside lady, we got to move along. We appreciate your phone call, and we'll
keep us posted.
Yeah, keep us posted. We love hearing from
what
you.
you thought. And if you guys hear anything, keep us posted.
All right.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Aloha.
All right, we'll take two more here. Connie, go ahead. Connie.
Yeah, good evening, everybody.
Oh, how are you?
I'm good. Jumped on about an hour ago, so I don't know what the discussion has been, so I won't keep you because it's late. You're tired and I'm tired, but just wanted to say hello.
Well, hello. Thank you for calling. We always appreciate hearing from you, and hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I had another mishap last week. I couldn't believe it. 2 weeks in a row, I went out golfing. I thought it's the first time all summer I went golfing, and I stepped on a rusty nail, and it went right through my shoe, right through my sock, and right into my foot. So I ended up having a tetanus shot and an antibiotic, but I'm fine now. But it was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it.
I hear those tetanus shots sting.
Yeah, it got pretty big, but it was out of date, so I had to have it done.
But did it, when they gave it to you, did it sting? Like, did it burn?
Actually, I never even felt it when I went in. It was afterwards.
Yeah. Well, at least you got it taken care of. You're a golfer too?
Yes, sir.
Gary, she golfs. She writes books. She travels the world. It's
I'm
pretty amazing.
77, but I keep telling people I plan to live until the day I die. Chris, I met you at CrimeCon. Gave you my book there.
Yep. How are you doing? How's your golf game?
Not that great. I mean, my handicap is
you're a
I
scratch golfer. I can hear it.
I don't have a handicap. My only handicap is that I golf, right? I just go and have a good time and
that's cool.
Get outdoors and get some exercise.
I like the driving range, but golfing is not for me. But I like to try and hit it as far as I can.
Yeah.
He goes to Top Golf is what he's saying.
Yeah, kind of.
And just a quick report, I'm trying to research that case of that missing kid in my town. And I'm running into some political stuff, and I think I'm uncovering some things I never expected to. And it'll be interesting to see where that goes.
Oh. What do you mean? Like, is it just a bunch of red tape you're running into?
Well, a lot of people won't talk to me, including the detectives, and this is a 10-year-old case. And
that's right. Yeah.
And they said the only way I could get information on the case would be to take it to court. And I don't know if that's such a good idea, but anyway, it sounds like there's been some political pressure about different things I can't really go into, because I promised the detective said, if I talk to you, I'll put my current job in jeopardy. And I said, that's the last thing I would want to do is put your job in jeopardy, so I won't bother you no more, but you have my contact information. And then he said a couple things that made me realize, oh my goodness, what's going on here?
Well, we look forward to hearing you keep up on it, and hopefully you get some answers. And
Yeah.
but you know, just hang in there, and I hope that foot gets better.
Thank you. All right.
All
Well,
right.
good night.
Thanks,
I'll
Connie.
keep
Thanks
you-
for calling in.
Good
Bye.
night. Bye.
All right, take one more here. Let's see, Tracy, are you there?
Hi, how are y'all?
Good. How are you, Tracy?
I'm good. I'm good.
Where are you calling from?
I'm in Tampa, Florida.
All right.
Tampa.
Tampa.
I have a question for y'all that and it has to do with Brian Koberger. I've been listening to y'all for quite a while now regarding him. I have like a thought, and I don't know if I'm too far off, but it seems to me like if he is like trying to plan like how to get away with murder. Like, is this something that y'all have ever thought of? Like, he's been doing and planning step by step each piece all the way from way like back when he was in school.
All criminals are planning how to get away with murder. Only eggheads like Koberger, think they're going to do it a little better than everybody else. But actually, his crime masterclass in boneheaded stupidity that might as well be titled how to get caught while thinking you're a genius. I mean, he did things that were so stupid that just simple things like never shutting his phone down and always having it at 100%, but on the night of the murder shutting it off for a few hours, like for the first time.
Barry Morphew did that too.
Dumb or not stupid. Another example, leaving a knife sheath, and the best story you could come up with is that you were gazing at the stars, and oh, by the way, it's the park where they found a Bundy victim, a possible Bundy victim, and you've got Bundy all over your phone. That's smart. It was a little bit of a dummy. And I'm tired of the glorification. It's interesting because people sometimes do it indirectly, like they think they're talking about him like he's a vile criminal, but they still are basically calling him brilliant. He's not brilliant. He was really rather stupid. And I think that he was an uncoordinated, weird guy whose social problems rendered him incapable of reading people well enough to commit crime against them. You have to be able to read people to be good at crime. You have to understand them, predict them. This guy was not able to read his way out of a paper bag. Do you know that he had on his entire phone only 16 human contacts, and 2 of them were labeled mother and father?
Yeah,
All mother and
y'all
father.
talking about that.
Yes, he called mother and father every day at 5 a.m. religiously. Hello, mother. Hello, father. Here I am at Camp Granada. And it's like it has that. Remember that song, Josh, Chris? Yeah. Hello, mother. Hello. Anyway, but that's Alan Sherman. But the thing is, it's like very weird. I mean, he sounds like Norman Bates. Some of the things that are saved at the phone are like "girl I jog with." That like they don't even have a name.
Childbearing hips, lady.
Oh, yeah.
Weird. And I think there's something about the making him into some kind of master criminal, which is ridiculous. Talking about him like he's attractive is ridiculous. I mean, absolutely preposterous. And talking about him like he's interesting criminologically is annoying. The reality is that he was a kind of garden variety invisible weirdo who I think probably emulating the crimes of serial killers had some fantasy that he was finally going to, have some kind of perverse sexual experience by, going in the middle of the night into this house that he had been watching, probably based on the cell phone data, the theory that I've had for a long time that Maddie was the central focus. It's probably true. There were the most sort of connections between their phones. I think she was the focus, and the idea was probably to go into that dark room where he expected her to be alone and either take her out of there like Bundy style or do what he was going to do there, but his intel failed him and there were too many people and he couldn't control the scene. That's what I think happened. That's it.
She says 16. Wow. Well, that's 15 more, or actually 14 more than I thought he would have in his phone. I mean, it's
he was pretty good. And the fact that he still has supporters, I mean, that's sort of how I feel about certain cults. Like I'll say to a person, what are your beliefs? And they'll come up with a cult. They'll tell that they're in a cult that has the most absurd, ridiculous ideas, really crazy, and they're like, yeah, but it's true. Believe, and I think Kohlberger is at this point a cult. The people who still support him, are like a stone's throw away from shaving their heads and wearing, sheets in the airport. It's a cult. And Chris, you know what I mean, right? I mean, they have cultish behaviors. They refuse to listen to reality. They've elevated him to the status of a faith. He says, the DNA profile has like a 1 in 96 octillion chance of being anybody but me. But, there was hair in Ethan's hand that came from someone else. Look over there. Right. Okay, so what is he trying to say? That somebody else was involved? Okay, well, he was too. So he should still be in prison. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and what's the motivation for being upset about this? He doesn't like prison. It wasn't all it was cracked up to be. They told
the cell would be bigger.
Club Med. Can you imagine? You're going to be in Club Med, bro. Sign right here. What did he think he was signing up for?
He thought the cell would be a little bigger.
He eluded the death penalty and didn't have to tell anyone anything. But he doesn't like that they're kind of eyeing him for potential sexual assault or something. I mean, is he scared?
Well, was it that he didn't like the bananas?
He doesn't like the bananas. I mean, what did he think?
To be fair, who would like a banana in prison? I mean, come on now.
So, but I think, it's really weird. And Chris, I mean, I don't know if you agree with me, but I just think like I'm tired of him. Like I don't like his name like sticks in my craw at this point. Like he doesn't deserve to be talked about this much.
No, but he's not done, right?
No way. He's like a cockroach. You can't get rid of him for anything. You try, but it's just no shot. Do you think that there's any chance that he's actually going to walk?
No.
The courts don't like, it's very hard to unwind a confession plea deal.
Just kidding.
Huh?
Imagine I did it. Just kidding.
Well, and then the way the judge went about it, I mean, which was the right way to do, but any appellate court that it would go to, the prosecution would go, look, the judge said, are you pleading guilty because you are guilty? And then he goes, yes. I mean, that's enough. I mean, they went over it with him very specifically. He knew what he was doing. And then for him to pretend like he got somehow suckered into this plea deal is ridiculous. So,
well, anyway. What's funny is that this smarty pants who thinks he's smarter than everybody, apparently he was suckered into walking himself into a prison cell. Okay, guess he's not that bright. It's unbelievable. And at this point, I just want him to kind of go quietly into the night and just rot in prison.
Eventually, he will.
They did it, and it is what it is. And I think what I predict is that when this doesn't work out, he'll just start telling his story in that monotonous, mechanical way, with ridiculous details nobody cares about, in that terrible handwriting, and somebody will publish it. And I remember when we profiled him, Chris and Dean and Nan and Greg and I on Chris's show. I'll never forget it. And then he turned out to be exactly everything that was said. I mean, exactly. Like it was like, I can't find anything in the description that wasn't true. absolutely was him. And then we had people coming in the audience. They would say things like, "Dr. Brucato thinks he's so smart. He could be 1/10 as smart as my Bri. I remember that there was a whole thing on Reddit dedicated to pictures of him that had been altered to put hearts and cats, kittens on his shoulders, love in his eyes, whatever. I mean, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You know what I'm saying? I mean, so I'm tired of him. I'm tired of him.
Me too.
I really am. I'm
Well,
tired of
Tracy, thank you for your call, and
Yeah.
we're gonna move here, and then let me just read a couple of these, and then we'll call it a night, guys. I know I've kept you a long time. Chris, Dr. Gary, tell us about a case you worked where the perp was high intellect challenged. Anything come to mind off the top of your head, guys?
I don't talk about cases I'm involved in because they're HIPAA protected. So don't ask me.
What he would say was not Koberger, but he never worked on that case.
Oh, he's talking about a case. Perhaps he means a case that we talked about informally in the news or something, but I wouldn't discuss a case that I actually worked on in that way. No, but I think Chris can, from a law enforcement perspective, absolutely.
Well, I mean, I arrested a mathematician professor from UCSD, and I spent about an hour and a half talking to him, and he finally confessed. And this guy's, IQ is off the chart. Professors are the smartest guys in the room. And when it was done, he looked at me, he goes, "How did you get me to confess?" You know what my answer was?
What?
I did the math.
Dude, that's like an episode of like CSI.
Brandon
That's
Wilson
how they would
was,
end.
Brandon Wilson was the top 1%.
Yeah, wasn't he? Yeah, wasn't he a
scores in
genius?
the United States.
Yeah, he was like a genius.
He's beyond a genius.
From book wise.
Yeah, he read
Terrible
Nietzsche.
person.
We were talking about Nietzsche. We were talking about all kinds of stuff, and everybody just sees that video of him demonstrating, what he did. But there was a 5-hour lead up to that in conversation. I have the whole tapes.
You can check it out. Gary, this one's for you. Am I psychotic because your phone going off during the live stream drives me nuts?
As it just went off.
It just went off too. All right.
He can't
Josh,
help it. He's a doctor.
No, I'm
a doctor.
Screen out stimuli.
Josh, I love your call-in shows and the banter you have with the callers and guests. Dr. G, I hope you have balance in your life. Too much darkness is not good for your soul. Love you all. That's true. And we appreciate that.
Yes,
as well.
but us going into the darkness to learn about it is good for yours.
That's true. That's a good point. That is a great point. I would love to know what you guys think about the Stephen Avery case. You probably wouldn't like what I think about it, but
I would love to know what you think of it.
You really want me to say?
Yes.
I think he's guilty.
Why?
Huh?
Why? What's your opinion? I'm not saying a word, but why? What about you? Why do you think that?
I mean, I did more than just watch the Netflix documentary on him. I mean, I could spend another half an hour talking about Stephen Avery. I didn't like the interrogation of the Brendan Dassey boy. I didn't think that was proper, but I think that Stephen Avery is a sick guy. And so anyway, let's see. X could be in denial. It's true, but I think the X possibly. I think it has something to do with a lawsuit, but I don't want to rehash that. It's a terrible, like I said, it's a terrible case. Let's see. Please pray for Ted, who tried to hurt himself a few days ago. He's in treatment. I don't know who that is. Ted.
He's one of the streamers.
Oh, okay.
And he did. He was being cyberbullied by some person.
Well, I don't think any of that is proper. I don't. Nobody should be pushed to that, and just terrible. Any updates? So prayers for him and anybody that's suffering from any kind of online harassment or bullying. It needs to stop, but it never does. Any updates to Bastion case? 2.5 years with no arrest, no bodies. Case needs more attention. Mother and stepdad, your thoughts? It's like the Summer Wells case to me. It's just very frustrating, and it just, to me, it feels like the people that could help the most tend to not want to, and I hate that. So it's just, Chris, same. Yeah, same sentiments. Same sentiments. All right, another great night in the lab. Thank you all. Fair winds. We appreciate you. Thank you for all the new members as well. And let me make sure. Check this out. Juanita Adami, 8826. So she's got a new show. Check out. She's got a great channel, by the way. So check her out as well. Kelly's his best show ever. Well, guys, we did it. We did a 4-hour mark. We appreciate you. Chris, get some sleep. Thank you so much for being here, man.
What do you think?
Know all the things we know, and we still need to know what you know, because there's something out there that we don't know.
But by the way,
John,
is your show posted for tomorrow?
Not yet.
Okay.
6 o'clock. 8 o'clock Eastern.
8 o'clock Eastern. Check out the interview room.
Karen's going to do it again.
Oh, is it you and Karen?
I think so. Yeah, she hadn't told me.
She's in charge.
Oh, yeah, she's the colonel. I'm just a Lance Corporal.
I understand. I get it.
But happy wife, happy life.
That's what they say. We'll appreciate it.
Works that way, you know. Hey, if I don't see you tomorrow, so what? All right. Love you both. Aloha.
Love you too, man. All
Aloha.
right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thanks, Lab Rats. Have a good night.
Josh, take care. Bye, Chris. Josh, I'm just going to mention about my books. Okay.
Yeah. Of course.
So, first of all, thank you to everybody who buys New Evil, which I really appreciate. What is this green light? I look like I'm in a fishbowl. Am I gone? Okay. I liked it better from far off. There you go. I think I'm like about to enter Valhalla or something, like, hello, I'm here, but all right. I wanted to mention that I really appreciate all the people viewing the piano page. You start to see that now I'm putting some stuff back up. I'm still waiting to find out if I'm officially getting accepted as a monetized station. I am still in possession of some of the books from the library that Michael Stone and I kind of worked with when we wrote the New Evil 2019. Well, we wrote it in 2018. So I'm selling those still. I sort of randomly pick the book or books that you want. And I am selling copies of the New Evil that are signed with an original drawing. Everyone has an original drawing dedicated however you want. And if you've already got the New Evil and you just want like a little book plate, like a sticker to put in your book, I can sign and do the drawing on the little image on the sticker. Just write me at drgarybrucato@gmail.com, DRGARYBRUCATO, all lowercase, at gmail.com. By the way, I had the hilarious experience of somebody trying to write me and they couldn't get an email to me, and then they found my number somehow and called me and said, I keep sending emails to your email address and you're not getting them. And I said, read me back my email address. And they said, your email address is Dr. Gary Brucato, all lowercase, at gmail.com. And I said, take out the all lowercase. I was trying to tell you not to use capital letters. And then Amelia Bedelia removed the...
they called you on the phone?
To tell me that they were sending emails to Dr. Gary Brucato, all lowercase, at gmail.com. They thought the all lowercase was part of the email address.
Called your phone
to tell me that they couldn't get an email to me. Yes, for that reason. Can't make this stuff up. Well, anyway, that was fun, but I loved them, so I could playfully say Amelia Bedelia, and because I teased them that they reminded me of Amelia Bedelia, and so that is cool, and a lot of people have been buying those. The only thing is, just bear in mind that there is a backlog of them because I have to order the copies and I only get so many at a time, and then I do them in order, and I am individually signing them and doing the drawings and packaging them and bringing them to the post office. So right now I'm shipping out the ones that sold sort of like the 3rd to 4th week of July, and then we'll move to early August. So if you buy one, just know that it might take like 10 days or so. But I don't have many left. I was out of them, and then somebody donated me 10 copies. So I have
Wait a minute. Dr. Gary Brucato, all lowercase, at gmail.com. That's what they did?
They literally typed out Dr. Brucato at, you get it?
I
They
do
didn't
now.
understand that I was trying to say you write Dr. Gary Brucato in all lowercase.
I get it now.
Yes, it was very literal. And, no comment, but I thought it was very sweet. So, yeah, and you remember Amelia Bedelia, right? They would tell her, like, take these, go to the plant store and buy some bulbs to plant outside, and she'd come back with light bulbs, put them in the dirt.
Yeah, I remember.
She'd be playing baseball. You told her to steal home, and she'd leave the field and go take the house on her shoulders and walk off with it. She was, I think she was a piece of work. But anyway, so I really appreciate it, but I would really like to move the additional copies that were gifted to me. They sort of stacked up here. Please do buy them. Help me out in the next day or so. I'm happy to get rid of them. And I love doing the drawings and saying them. And anyone who has done it, always tells me how much they love the personal notes and the drawings and the getting the packages and the randomly selected books and all that. And it's just, I like to keep it fun. And so the other thing some people are doing that's very nice is they're gifting the books to like people they know that are studying crime. So like they'll say like, I want you to inscribe it to this person and send it to them. And so it's a lot of fun. But anyway, so please do. Hopefully I'll hear from you in the next few hours or even in the morning, because they're going to go quickly. I think I've got maybe 10 more of the true crime books, and I think 7 left of the New Evil. So
very good.
All right. Otherwise, I could always order more on Amazon or something and sign them, but I'm going to do that in like 6 months. Once these go, I'm sort of, I'm taking a break. All right. Have you gotten yours yet, Josh?
I did. Yeah, I got it. It's
you got a book, a true crime book, but you didn't get the New Evil.
No, but I do. I told you I want one.
Well, then
So
order it.
I'm going to order it from you.
All right. Okay. But well, I guess 5 left or 6, whatever.
It's only 5 left. Yeah, I mean, you got to earmark one for me.
I do them in order, but
Oh, bull crap! I need some sort of special consideration, don't I?
That's
and
true.
don't say that I'm a special case either.
You're definitely a special case.
You think so?
Oh yes, you're a special.
He said,
yeah,
Gary,
trying to get me to share the room at Crime Con.
Gary, the one thing, I wish I could find it. I wish we've done so many episodes, and I'll never. I don't think I'll ever be able to find it.
A lot of episodes. Yeah.
But one of the funniest things that ever happened was when I told you that I was writing this camel story.
I know.
And your reaction was,
I thought you wrote it when you were a little boy.
Yeah, and you said, and I said, yeah, I've been writing this story, or I wrote this story because I had the crux of it. And you said, oh, I just find that fascinating that you wrote that as a little boy. And I said, no, I was 35. And you went, oh. And in that moment, I felt like, I was like, wow. He's going to make a phone call and somebody's going to knock on my door soon.
Well, it's just that I assumed it was written by a little boy. And it's sort of like that episode of The Golden Girls where Rose decides that she's going to write a letter to Gorbachev to tell him that he should dismantle all the nuclear bombs.
Yeah.
And then they have a special press conference to meet the 5-year-old girl that wrote the letter. And Rose comes out and she's like, hello.
Yeah.
And it turns out, they think it's a kid. And then the guy who's played by Alan Rich, who's a very, very funny character actor, he's like, In case anybody is wondering, my name is Dave, and I am now the newest citizen of Miami. And he like runs out because he's gonna get killed. It's so funny. By the way, do you watch that show?
What?
Do you watch The Golden Girls?
Yeah, of course. I love Rose.
Oh yeah, I have to admit that show cracks me up because my mother and my grandmother love to watch it, and when I go to visit, it's always on, like perpetually on. And my favorite one, because my humor is so morbid, is the one where there's this nasty neighbor called Frida Claxton, who's played by Nan Martin, the actress from the Twilight Zone, the famous Twilight Zone episode, and she also was Freddy Krueger's mother in a Nightmare on Elm Street, the Nightmare on Elm Street series, and she also is in another episode where she's Vito Scotti's wife. But anyway, so she's Frida Claxton, the nasty neighbor, and she wants this tree torn down that's like 200 years old. So they take her to court, and Rose tells her off, and she drops dead, literally. And if you don't like it, you could just sit there and shut up and wait until she drops dead.
Yeah.
Rabia says, "Remember when you told her she should she could drop dead?"
I remember that. So,
okay, so then there's this. They go to the funeral parlor. They decide they have to bury her, and from that moment on, the episode is so morbid and hilarious, black humor that I roll laughing. The guy's trying to sell them a coffin. It's lead lined. We're not burying Superman. We already told you we're bereaved on a budget. Hilarious. But
that was fantastic writing.
Okay. But this is the part that I love. Is Anya Strickland, who was another Twilight Zone actress, by the way, comes in and she walks in and she goes, "Am I too late for the funeral?" No. Can I say a new word? Oh, mind. And she gets up and she's saying nice words about the woman in the casket. And she says, things like, "Not too many people know that she worked for 15 years in a leper colony." And everybody's going, "Oh," because they thought she was the worst woman in the world.
Yeah.
She goes,
"Yep.
Celia Rubinstein loved all mankind." And they go, "Who? Celia Rubinstein?" And then the guy who owns the funeral parlor is like, "That's down the hall." And then she's like, "No, this isn't for Celia Rubinstein. This is the funeral for Frida Claxton." And she goes, "Frida Claxton, is she the woman who had that old house on Richmond Street?" "Yes." And then she kicks the coffin with all her might because she hated her guts. She kicks it with her foot, and it is the funniest thing I've ever seen. And then the episode ends that it turns out Rose convinces the city not to tear the tree down because it's the resting place of Frida Claxton. They spread her ashes there, and the episode ends with a Great Dane urinating on the ashes.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that episode. It's one of those episodes that just stick out to you. I mean, it was very, very funny.
It's really funny. It's morbid. I love any episode of any show that goes in that kind of direction. I think it's very smart. There's something about death humor that's just fun. Any episode of a show where, you go to throw somebody's ashes and you sneeze and the ashes blow all over you, I'm laughing. I think this stuff's funny.
I do too. For some reason, I can remember there was a movie where the guy had put his father's ashes in a coffee can, and then they ended up brewing them on accident. And that was rough. So look on the bright side. Said, "Oh, it was not that funny." Are you talking about the camel story? It wasn't that funny to you. The whole thing, the exchange. Well, good thing you're the arbiter of all things funny. Look on the bright side.
I think it's funny. I just think it's funny that you wrote it as an adult. Did you see the?
Of course, that's the funny part.
That's the funny part. Did you ever see the meme where it's a picture of the street sign that says there's like a funeral parlor, like up the block, and then next to it is a McDonald's. It says home of the McCrispy.
No.
And the meme says, that it's like totally inappropriate that the funeral parlor is next to the sign that says McCrispy. Like, that's my sense of humor. I'm sorry. It's funny.
I haven't seen that.
Man, that's funny. So listen, shout out to my brother who, killed it at Madison Square Garden.
So a sold out show, right? Sold out show at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, pretty amazing.
Yeah, and you got a shout out too.
I did. I did indeed.
He was very proud of his doctor brother.
He is proud of me. I think so.
It seemed like it.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I think people in my family are more impressed by the more non-doctorly things that people do.
Like what he does?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I don't fit in.
Yeah, but what you do, no offense to him, and he's hilarious, but what you do is what's much more important to the world.
But I don't fit in. I'm like an ugly duckling in the situation.
My family never watches my shows ever. Never. They don't even acknowledge them.
Really?
Yeah, they don't care. Not even a little.
Well, I'm like, I was on Dateline last night. They're like, anyway, that's the.
Yeah, nobody cares
That's
about
the
any of that.
Bustina, it's like, okay.
I could say, look, we had 4,000 live viewers tonight, which is an incredible amount of people watching a show.
Yeah.
And they would go, cool.
Well, the best is my grandmother, because she's 98 years old. She doesn't have any idea what I'm talking about, but she tried. It's cute because I'll say, Grandma, I have to be loud. Grandma, I'm on a show tomorrow. Yeah, that's a nice. What's it about? It's about a killer. Okay, what'd he do? Well, he was eating people. Ooh, Madonna, that's disgusting. Anyway, pass me the food, and then you're like, don't you want to hear about it, Grandma? Not really. I don't understand these things, So, and then I'll say, oh, hold on a minute. Ugh, what the hell was that? It's like a fly in here. But like I don't know. It's just very cute because she tried. Like, I think it's very sweet that she asks, But what is she gonna do? But she always watches when my mom puts it on. She does watch it, and it's just the cutest thing in the world.
Yeah, nobody. Yeah,
no, understand what, but she thinks it's.
I remember like when I was on the interview room and I had that take about why nobody could claim the money, because they would be implicating themselves, and a bunch of articles were written about it, and there was like probably like 10 different sites, articles that wrote about it, and they used my name and everything. And I was like, I was trying to tell my grandma, and she goes, "Oh, that's cool." And then she turns up the Waltons, like she turns it up. I don't even think she said it's cool. She goes, "Oh, not," or and then okay, well,
because to our family, we will always just be a member of the family. I have several people in my family that are prominent, and when I'm with them, they're just my relatives.
I'm not even asking. I'm just saying, like, can I at least read the article? that was the point. I'm not looking at anybody who go, you're very special. Trust me. Look, I don't think that. I'm just saying that I just wanted to. Did
you ever have, Chris wouldn't like it if you were here for this part of the conversation, I think. But do you know, did you ever go out with somebody on a date who did really know about your work and find it interesting? I actually prefer it when the person has no interest in it, because I find it almost weird when the person's like, sitting there like, tell me all about it, and you're like, are you freaking kidding me? Like, there's something wrong with you.
Like, recently?
Ever. Because it's almost, I almost like it better when the person's like, oh, I don't want to talk about that, and you're like, good, and then you
well, I didn't start getting into podcasting until probably like 2015, and I didn't really get any sort of name until probably about 2018. But yeah, trying to think.
I'm sure you had somebody that took some.
Well,
yeah,
I think so. But I mean,
I don't really care for it.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think it's more. I think you probably appreciate it more when, it's just you're just talking about whatever, that's I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
I
the
don't know how to feel about it.
most recent person she would say, "Well, I'll turn it on and see you on the screen, but I don't want to listen to it. It's too disturbing. So I saw you, but I didn't hear anything you said." All right, that's sweet. That's something. Some people don't even turn it on.
Yeah, that's fine too. I mean, I don't care.
You know, I don't know. I think it's a lonely path. I don't, look, I think that you could get together with somebody who's just as interested in it as you are, but it would be like kind of weird. I think you need someone who's a little kind of yin yanged with you.
Yeah, like at least a couple degrees of separation, at least. Like you always want somebody that's gonna support what you do, but at the same time, you don't like. I always thought it was weird when like people like married couples are like some guy would have like a career and he was like, yeah, my wife's my business manager, and you're just like that's or then he's the business manager of her or whatever, and you just go that just sounds awful. I don't know. To me,
Like I was watching. I'm very fond of Barbara Butcher, the death examiner, medical death examiner. Well, it's just the best stories, about all the horrible things she's seen. And I was watching her on YouTube or something, and she was talking about how she would come home from work, and her partner would say, "Did you have a good day?" And she wants to say, "Do you have any idea what I saw? People with their skin sloughed off that were like pulled out of an ocean. People that were burned to death, like people, and." And you're talking to me about like, are you going to paint the living room? Like, are you kidding me? And I kind of understand that. I think there is a little bit of that going on, and I don't know. I think at some point you just kind of you don't resent it as much as you realize that it's like kind of good that your partner doesn't talk about that stuff because
do you remember?
Do
you remember? You remember the show Home Improvement with Tim Allen?
Of course.
Yeah. So like he had that like whatever that local, I think it was like a syndicated local show, which he thought he had these like fans and he thought it was a big deal, but like his family thought the show was stupid.
Of course.
And trivialized it, and he's like, "Do you guys see the show?" And they're like, "No, we didn't see the show. Nobody ever watched this show." And I don't know. I always thought that was so funny that they just they thought his show was stupid. I think one of his kids called it Fool Time once instead of Tool Time. He was offended by that.
Remember that show? That was the show that had what was her name? Patricia Richardson, right?
Yeah.
And Richard Karen and who was the Tool girl? Debbie Dunning.
Yeah. Pam Anderson was the original Tool girl.
No, Donna Derrico.
No,
Donna
Pam
Derrico.
Anderson.
Donna Derrico she looked like Pamela Anderson, but
No, it was Pam Anderson.
Right. I thought it was Donna Derrico.
It's
Maybe
not.
we're both right.
Maybe it was Sebastian. Maybe it was Sebastian Cabot. I didn't know that he was Mr. Belvedere.
No, he isn't. That's Christopher Hewitt.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Wesley. Wait a minute. Who is that? I used to get such a kick out of that show.
Yeah, Pam Anderson was the first.
I thought it was Donna
Tool
Derrico.
girl.
Maybe I'm wrong.
No, it was Pam Anderson.
Donna Derrico on there too.
I was a big fan of Pam Anderson.
You and Borat. Pamela with her golden hairs and her teeth like white pearls.
Yeah. I was a fan of Debbie Dunning too. I mean, the Tool girls were
I am an unabashed Borat fan. I find Borat extremely funny. I shouldn't, but
who? Borat? Oh, Borat's funny. Yeah.
Remember when he learns to speak like LA street slang and he goes into the hotel to try to get the room?
My slab is sitting outside. Yeah, I remember.
I can't handle it. Are you a fan
of Borat? Yeah, it's hilarious.
May not even a lizard survive when his.
Yeah.
It's just fun. I didn't. I never saw part two.
He thought that he was very proud of his sister because she my sister, number 4 prostitute in all Kazakhstan.
Number 2. You know that.
Oh,
you
was
know,
it number 2? I thought
you
it was
know
number
that
4.
he got in a lot of trouble because I heard in the news because apparently that was like a town in Romania where nobody spoke English and they didn't understand why they were being filmed, and these people had no idea that what was going to be done with their images. You know, the woman
Right.
screaming says this is his wife Oksana.
Oh, he's a terrorist, dude. That
apparently.
Sacha Baron Cohen is a terrorist.
Yeah, but I can't believe some of the people he gets to talk to him. I think he's really funny as Ali G. When you ever see him
Ollie
as
G, yeah, Ollie G is hilarious. Too.
hysterical, I can't handle it. I think
Can you do the very nice? Well,
very nice.
Very nice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
so
think that a good example of a scene in that has me on the floor laughing is when he goes up to the woman having the yard sale and he says, "Look at me, gypsy. Show me your wares. Show me your wares." And then
did you know?
Barbie doll says, "Have you shrunken this woman, gypsy?"
Did you know? Yeah, I remember that.
Handle it. It's
You were,
hilarious.
you know, did you know? I'm sure you know, but that when somebody says like I've been gypped, that comes from a slang from gypsies.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Well,
So
of
how
course.
else did it meant?
I don't know. But most people just don't. I mean, when you say, "Oh, you gypped me," they wouldn't associate that with being a
There
gypsy.
was a stereotype that gypsies were thieves.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying that it was a that it was a stereotype and that it was I guess it was a sort of, I don't know. It's a stereotype for sure, but I didn't know that.
Of course. There's a lot of those stereotype words, have origins that are interesting historically in terms of ideas that were maintained about people. And, they're all awful. I think stereotypes are deeply stupid.
Yeah, no, I know. I just, I mean, like kids used to say that at school. Like, "Oh, you gypped me" or something, and then you grow up and you realize, oh, it's disparaging against gypsies.
Oh yeah, awful, absolutely awful. Did anybody call you disparaging names when you were growing up?
No, not really.
Really?
No, not that I can. Not
Like,
that I.
like racial things or anything like that.
No, because I was never like I was maybe a little here and there because of my last name, but I don't know. I was always, I don't know. I had a very mixed group of friends. You know what I mean? Like that we were all different races and walks of life. So, I mean, my ex-wife was black. And then my kids, but my kids have had some of that happen in school. Yeah, but not much. Not
imagine.
Did anybody call you names in school? I'm sure they did.
Please. But I thought it was funny.
What was like the worst thing somebody called you? Was it because like you're Italian?
No, I think it was because I was smart.
A nerd.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I was full blown nerd, but I was certainly.
No, you were.
Smart. I mean, I'm more like a dork. There's a difference.
You're a dorky nerd.
A nerd is very different than a dork. A geek, literally, a geek, is a term that comes from the sideshow for the person who bites the head off of chickens. And that term became slang for weirdo. But that's what it really is. It's a person who bites the head off of chickens.
Really?
Yes. Now, a dork is very different than a nerd. A nerd is more spazzy. The thing of a nerd is being like poorly coordinated and odd, kind of like Kohlberger's a nerd. You understand? But a dork can have a kind of chic, because a dork can be ordinary looking, but they're interested in things that are very cerebral and like a dork might be like the head of company. He's wearing like a 3-piece suit, but he knows the entire monster manual for Dungeons and Dragons by heart. Like, that's different than a nerd. A nerd has the implication of being socially awkward.
So what were you?
I think I was closer to a dork, or a dweeb. I suppose I could be called a dweeb. A dweeb is more like you try to do things and you're just not like, you try to throw a kick, you like kick a kickball and it like hits you in the head, that kind of thing. I had a little going on too. So I think I'm more dorky.
You've had that happen?
Well, I have no coordination for sports at all. I mean, it's almost ridiculous.
But that's weird because you can play the piano.
Yeah, but Josh, I didn't care about those things.
I can stack cups really fast.
That's cool.
You remember, those people that do cup stacking?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I was really good at that.
So can ghosts. But I think that's cool.
Right.
Yeah. But I'm just joking. But I think that, like jokes whatever. But I think, yeah, probably. I mean, I suppose I'm somewhere between nerd and dork. But I love people like that. I don't understand, people who don't love nerdy people. There's something about a person who knows a lot about something very useless that I just love. I love people like that. Like, I was watching on Instagram, I was watching this woman who walks around in the park and tells you all the stories of the mushrooms. She knows everything about them, the Latin names, their utility, if you could eat them, what would happen if you ate them and they were poisonous. And she gets right down in the dirt and like smiles and looks like an elf, like next to the mushroom. I think it's fascinating because she knows everything about it. So it fascinates me. Even though I'm not interested in mushrooms, I'm not.
Yeah, I like people that I like people that specialize in even
something. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
It's like kind of cool to watch somebody
no
get
doubt.
Like, excited over something.
I like people that have passion for things, even if it's something that I'm not into. Like, I find it fascinating that you collect things because I kind of wish I was more like that, but I have no desire to collect things at all.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think that it's cool that people do it. I mean, I kind of, make fun of you sometimes for stuff like that. But to be honest with you, I think it's cool.
Dorky.
Yeah.
The camel thing is dorky.
That's true. Look, I'm not Mr. Popularity. Trust me.
The Christmas poem to the tune of, The Night Before Christmas. That was dorky. There's nothing wrong with dorky.
But it was funny though.
Yeah. I mean, I love dorky. But nerdy, I mean,
that Christmas poem stuck with you, didn't it?
It was bad.
It was fun.
A lot of damage.
At least
I wasn't in it.
No, you didn't make that cut. Yeah.
But better not be the next time,
I don't really do that much anymore, but
you would have.
Well, I like doing prank calls. Is that bad?
No, that's
is that dorky?
It depends what you're doing on the call.
A lot of the times, my favorite things to do is like call. Well, I mean, I haven't done much of it anymore, but I liked to call people on Craigslist and tell them that I report their item as a scam, and then
that gives you pleasure.
I don't know. It's funny. They freak out about it.
What a dork.
That's dorky, right?
It's pretty dorky. I mean, I got a lot of dorky traits. I definitely do. I mean,
yeah, say I've reported your item, your Xbox 360 that you're selling. I believe that it's a scam, and I reported it, and it's going to be taken down. And then they go, "Why would you do that?"
Yeah. What I do, I've done my whole life. That's ridiculous. What I've done, you gotta get a life, bro. What I've done my whole life.
I'm saying I do it often. I'm just saying I have.
I'm just get a life. But
I have one, unfortunately.
I'm kidding. But
I hate it.
One of the things I've done my whole life is I used nerdiness as a way of trying to kind of find my own, you know. So what you do is, let's say, I don't know, you're out somewhere and there's like a person that's like cute or they look interesting or whatever, and you want to see if they're your type of person. So you purposely say something really weird or obscure to see how they react, right? So, like, let's say, I remember once I said to someone, she was washing the window in a restaurant. I think I was about 20 years old or 19 years old or something. And I said, "Can I tell you something that I think is interesting?" And she's looking at me like, "What?" You know. And I said, "I noticed you washed the window, you know, with the hand that you use." I don't remember if it was righty or lefty. And I said, "Well, but most people who, I think it was right-handed, most people who are right-handed don't turn the hand that way when they wash. They turn it the other way. In other words, if you move your hand, if you're washing and you move your hand this way, that's called distal, and you move it this way, it's called widdershins. That's the same term you would use for like a hurricane in one hemisphere moving clockwise and the other one counterclockwise, or the toilet, the way it flushes in different hemispheres. And so I said to her, you move your hand the opposite direction most people would who are righty. You're probably a little lefty. And she thought this was the most fascinating thing in the world because it made her feel special. Most people probably went up to her and said, "You're pretty." So it was the dorkiest thing ever. But then from that day on, anytime I ever went in there, she said, "Oh, hi, you're the guy who noticed the way that I washed the windows." And I think it made her feel special. So I'm just saying, like, you kind of being dorky has a way of signaling to someone that like they could let out their inner dork. And so you have to find a way to, like, you almost want to be like, "I'm nobody. Are you nobody too?" You know, like the, you know, you have to find your fellow dorks. You know, so how do you do that? You have to signal in some way. And so that's how I've always done it. I start a conversation. I do it all the time at the plant market. I test to see how much people know. I just did
The
that
what?
at the plant market we have in the city. So the exotic plant market. So somebody was buying a Trementosa, you know, a Mickey Mouse plant, and just to
Yes, the Mickey Mouse one.
just to test them, I said, "You do realize that the coloring on that is unusual?" And she said, "Yes, it's variegated a little more aurea than it is albo." And I was like, "Oh, you know, like, you're my kind of people." You know, you got to do the little test. You know, one time I said to someone at the plant market, I said, "I can't help but notice all the plants you keep stopping and looking at." And she said, "Yeah, why?" And I said, "Because they're all toxic. You like all the toxic ones." And she thought it was the funniest thing in the world. In other words, it's just you got to notice things about people, and it's dorky, but that's how you meet other dorks. What are you supposed to talk about?
Well, look, I don't think that I'm not, I don't think you're going to an exotic plant store or whatever the frig you called it.
Because they think the plants are cute, but they don't.
I know, but I'm saying I don't think you go there to find people that you're going to go to a rave with the weekend after.
I wouldn't go to a rave if you.
No crap. That's my point. So you go there and you're like, everybody's kindred spirits there. It's not like you're going, "Hey, look, let's all go to Joshua Tree and pop shrooms next weekend and paint our faces."
Yeah. Incidentally, the person in the audience was asking about the monsteras. I have 19 of them, of every type. What you're talking about is probably not a fungus. You're probably describing mealy bugs, and I would encourage you to use neem oil, even though it stinks, to get rid of that. If it isn't,
what's it called?
Neem oil.
Neem
It smells
oil.
badly, but it kills mealies and other kinds of things very well. But anyway, but what happened to the cactus that you told me about? I never saw any picture of it.
Oh, I pulled it out of the closet.
Is it dead or alive?
Oh, it's alive.
You sure it's a cactus?
Yeah. And I have this like on the front porch. I have an aloe vera plant.
Oh,
that I look. It's really pretty, but sometimes we have to cut, like when people get sunburnt, we have to cut like a piece of it off, and I always feel bad about that.
Oh, why? It's what it's designed for.
But then it grows back every time.
Of course.
I know, but it just feels weird because it's alive, you know.
Well, they're designed. They're built to be nibbled on by animals, so they have to grow. Quickly.
Yeah, but I didn't start feeling like that until I was like that. You have like 3,000 plants that you talk to.
I don't talk to them, but they are a life force, in the house.
You really don't talk to your plants? There are people that do that.
Well, there are also people who, believe that a mothership is coming for them tomorrow, But I think people talk to everything. They turn everything into a living thing. There are people who talk to their pets and talk to their, whatever. People do that. The birds on their finger. Oh,
yeah.
Hey, Mr. Jones. Oh.
But I've heard that it actually stimulates some plants.
No, what it is that the carbon dioxide, when you breathe.
Oh, so do you go up? Do you ever go up to them and just give them like breath, like mouth to mouth?
No. Yes, of course I have Venus flytraps. I have a whole huge collection of. I collect carnivorous plants, so I like Venus flytraps a lot. But you would be actually quite impressed by my plants. You'd be amazed what I have. You really
think
would.
So?
Oh yes, they're extraordinary because I have plants from all over the world that are very rare. Really, very beautiful.
Like if you ever had to move, that would be
I have a serious problem.
That'd be a daunting task, right?
I am petrified at the thought of it because so much of what I have is. Oh, that damn fly again. I got this fly that got in this room and it keeps landing on my arm and it's
Well, where's your Venus flytrap?
They don't really eat those. That's like fantasy land. You think a fly is really going to go in there? I mean, it happens in nature, but it's. What are you picturing that thing from Creep Show?
I don't know. I don't know anything about them. Like if you put your finger in there, will it clamp down?
It's not going to clamp. It'll close gently. It has little cilia, little hairs, and the idea is that they grow in the Carolinas naturally, and the swamp land in which they grow really doesn't have proper minerals. That's why you can only give them like distilled water. They can't break down minerals, so they evolved to have insects go into the enzyme-rich pouch, the mouth, and the trigger hairs close it, and then the enzymes devour the insect, and the nutrients get absorbed into the plant. It's actually quite clever. Darwin
could it like if you left your finger there long enough, would it devour your finger?
No, the enzymes are not really capable of that.
Oh, because I've always thought that they were like if you got a big enough one, you could a person could be eaten by one.
No, I mean I suppose in theory. But it's really more for the soft tissue of insects. There are some carnivorous plants that are large enough, like certain types of Nepenthes, those ones that look like a kind of horn, the insect gets trapped inside. There are some large enough that they can get a small mouse or a bird, like a hummingbird or something like that.
Yeah. Do you have any fake plants, like plastic ones?
I think the idea of that is disturbing. That would be like if you had a fake French bulldog.
I do actually have a statue.
Did you get it at Home Goods?
No, I didn't buy it. Somebody gave it to me.
Did they get it at Home Goods? Because I've seen.
No, it's from Scentsy.
Why would you want that?
It was sent to me.
Well, it's because it looks like your.
Yeah, it looks like Otis.
That's cute.
Yeah, and I like it. But it's a fake Otis, but it was cool. It was a cool gift.
It's like Fugazi Otis.
Yeah, I feed it grapes.
I guess you could in that case.
Absolutely, I could.
Incidentally, shout out to Home Goods because I'm addicted to it. I can't go to Home Goods at this time of year. It's dangerous because it's all Halloween and they have all this cool stuff.
You love Halloween.
Well, because that's the time of year we can get all these like weird, like an ashtray in the shape of a coffin. You know what I mean? Like it's like right up my alley. I think it's fun.
Maybe
Don't
you
you
weren't here.
think it's fun?
Els, maybe you weren't here at the beginning of the show, but trust me, I know that to the tune of $400.
The issue with Halloween, people have a religious issue with it, that I understand. But I think as a cultural thing of just like a day of costume and whatever, it's very interesting. But I have a soft spot for that time of year. Justin, did I ever tell you that when I met John Astin, who played Gomez on The Addams Family?
No, I
Did you
don't
ever
think so.
watch The Addams Family?
Yeah.
The TV show. So I met him. At the time, I was with this woman who had a very gothy kind of appearance, and we went up to John Astin and we said, a lot of people are stopping us and telling us that we remind them of Gomez and Morticia. And he said, oh, that's nice, you know. And he's signing things or whatever. And then he heard us talking. When he's done with that autograph, I want to go over to that table. Why? That's the little taxidermy table. I want to go to the taxidermy table. Look at those people over there. They're selling little guillotines or whatever. And he goes, I'm beginning to believe you too. Which is, I guess, I mean, I am an Addams. I don't know what to tell you.
With the Addams Family was great.
But I would fit right in the Addams Family. I loved them. I think the Addams Family in many ways were the healthiest family on television. They loved each other and they didn't.
I mean, what about the Waltons?
They were a bunch of whack jobs. Probably The Hills Have Eyes. I think that the Addams
dare
Family,
you?
I'm only kidding. I think there was a little inbreeding going on there, but
my God!
I'm only joking. A little bit of inbreeding, but the Addams Family loved each other.
So did the Waltons.
Yeah, but there was something weird going on there. There was like an episode they clipped where, like, you know, one of them got arrested for come on, you know it. They caught him at the airport.
I know no such
airport lavatory, you know, with this assistant or something. Come on. But the Addams Family, they truly loved each other, and they were whacked out, and all they wanted was like they didn't understand that people didn't enjoy the things they did, and everything they did was bizarre, and it was fantastic. Who's your favorite character, by the way, of the Addams Family?
Oh, I mean, it has to be Lurch.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The same actor, Ted Cassidy, also played Thing. Little hand that would come out of the box. You know?
Will you wear a costume on a live for like are you going to dress up for Halloween?
To quote Wednesday Addams, this is my costume. I'm a homicidal maniac, and we look like
I can see
Come on.
that.
Wednesday's great. And tell me that the Addams Family Values with Joan Cusack as Debbie Jelinski is not a guilty pleasure.
Not for me.
Come on. You don't think she's hilarious as Debbie?
I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't say guilty. It's not a guilty pleasure.
It's the funniest thing in the world. The scene when they have the Thanksgiving show, and Peter McNichol is like, "You're ruining my text."
Yeah, I mean, I
just puerile and underdramatized.
We lead different lives.
Of course we do.
But I am fascinated by the things that you're fascinated by. What I mean by that is it fascinates me that you're fascinated by certain things.
But who doesn't like the Addams Family?
I like the Addams Family, but I'm just saying that I wouldn't say that scenario that you just described was a guilty pleasure.
Well, it's a guilty pleasure in that I watched it so many times. You know, but I have a lot of weird guilt. Like there are movies that are so bad I love them. I could watch them 100 times, and they're really random.
Did you ever see that movie Rubber?
Oh yes, I'll give you an example.
That's a good
Here's
movie.
A guilty pleasure. Okay, I've never admitted it before. If I'm scrolling around on cable and Teen Witch is on, I can't shut it off. Okay, you ever see Teen Witch? Supersonic, idiotic, disrespected. Okay, I can't handle it with a little.
Wow.
Come on. It's hilarious.
You can't turn it off?
No, can't shut it. Can't do it. It's
Really?
so bad, it's good. It's like a train wreck. Another movie like that, just one of the guys.
I've never seen that.
Can't shut it. There's just something about it. It's so bad, it's good. I love it. I've seen it 50 times.
Teen Witch.
Oh man, you don't know what you're missing. See, they're laughing. The people in the audience know the movie, and it's you can't help yourself.
Yeah, I mean they might know the movie, but nobody's saying that they can't shut it off.
Okay, could we show a part of it, or are we not allowed?
No, we get in trouble.
You can't even show the clip when she cast a spell on her friend to make her a rapper to win over the guy that she had a crush on.
No, they would shut the live down.
It is the funniest thing in the entire world. See, look, someone in the audience is like, they could quote every line of it. What about you? You have something so stupid you love it?
No, not really. Not that I could think of. I mean,
not one thing?
No.
Well, apparently you didn't have an 80s childhood like I did.
I was born in 85.
Okay. Well, let me give you an example of stupid.
I was the end of 85 too. Well, it was actually like 1 month left.
Well, here's an example of something like very my childhood. There was a show called Small Wonder. Okay. An actress called Tiffany Brissett played a robot called Vicky, Vicki. It stood for some nonsense. And she was made by a man who was supposed to be a computer expert. I don't know where they got the actor from, but he looked like he was touched by the hand of God. Let me put it to you that way. And he and his wife had this secret robot who went to school, you know, and had an ordinary life, but she talked like this. And her brother was an imbecile named Jamie. Rumor had it that he grew up and became Billy Corgan from the Smashing Pumpkins. And he would hang out with this stupid robot, and no one knew she was a robot, and she sounded exactly like this. She'd go, "Hello, Harriet, I'm going to," you know, and she took everything totally literally. You'd say, "All right, Vicky, light the birthday candles, light the birthday candles," and then she fired the thing. Like, this is the crap they thought we liked.
Yeah.
It was the dumbest thing in the world. See, and Joey mentioned Alf. I mean,
Alf was cool. I liked Alf.
Alf was terrifying.
He was a little weird. Do you remember that movie, or do you remember Scorch?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. I'll tell you a story about Alf. I heard that I found very interesting. Apparently, the director of Alf took it so seriously that it almost started to become surreal. Like, the movements of Alf took like days because they didn't want to just have like a puppet. There was a person in there. The staging had to be perfect because they were obsessed with it being believable that he was an alien, that Alf was an alien.
Right. And
the actor, Max, whatever his name was, who played the father, one day got so agitated that he punched Alf and beat the living crap out of him during a filming. I would kill to see that.
A puppet?
He just beat the crap out of him. He couldn't take it anymore. He started pounding its beak in.
Beat the crap out of the puppet.
Out of Alf. Well, it wasn't a puppet. It had the actor in it, the one from Waxwork, the dwarf from Waxwork was inside. The little person from Waxwork was inside. I shouldn't say dwarf. And he beat the crap out of him.
Really?
Yeah.
Dr. Gary, Josh, grab Starbucks coffee on me. Have a good Sunday from upstairs.
Feel free.
No more Starbucks for you.
Tonight, no. Anyway, we're just having fun. But you missed a lot of the worst of the. You were a little boy when the '80s ended. You don't remember probably anything. Max Headroom, Cyndi Lauper, Garbage Pail Kids cards, Mad Balls.
No, I don't remember any of that.
Packages. You don't remember any of this?
No, I mean I've heard of them now, but I didn't play.
Ruxpin?
No.
He was a bear that had a tape cassette in his back, and he talked to you and scared the crap out of you because he thought he was alive.
No.
I'm Teddy Ruxpin. Let's be friends.
But I mean, I know who Cyndi Lauper is now.
Somebody just asked me if I know Tales from the Crypt. Okay.
Yeah, I know that.
Not only do I know Tales from the Crypt, here is the original artwork.
Jesus.
From issue 27 of Tales from the Crypt, done by Graham Ingalls, one of my favorite artists. How could somebody ask me if I know Tales from the Crypt?
See, like that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about right there.
Tales from the Crypt rules. Do you know that EC Comics was founded by, when it was originally Educational Comics, Premium Entertainment Comics, was founded by Max Gaines, the creator of the comic book, and his son, William Gaines, got in so much trouble for those horror comics that he had to make Mad Magazine. That's how Mad Magazine was created. And there is a true crime link. The true crime link is that the person, Frederick Wortham, who led the movement to get rid of those comics because he thought they were too disturbing to children, and the Comics Code Authority came out of it, was the psychiatrist for Albert Fish, the serial killer Albert Fish. And it was Albert Fish who put the idea in his head that perverse writings could lead to murder. And he was directly influenced. So it is actually true that if there were no Albert Fish, there'd be no Mad Magazine.
Really?
That is absolutely true. Because it was Albert Fish that inspired Wortham to ban the comics that led to William Gaines creating Mad Magazine to get around the Comics Code Authority. And if there was no Mad Magazine, there'd be no SNL, which was directly inspired by it. Therefore, if there were no Albert Fish, there'd be no Chris Farley.
I mean, that might be a sacrifice you'd probably be willing to make.
I think so. There also would be no Lincoln and no salvation from the Civil War if it had not been for Jell-O. So the gelatin treat that we now call Jell-O, because that gelatin treat was created by Peter Cooper, who used the money to create the Cooper Union, which is where Lincoln gave the speeches that got him elected. I'm fascinated by things like that. Like if some weird thing didn't happen.
You don't think that Lincoln could have existed without that?
Well, Peter Cooper invented a lot of things, like certain steam device and engine. But I just think that's a whole thing. There's a thing called an externalist version of history, and there's the internalist. And the internalist version of history says if this person were not born, this thing would not have happened. If there had been no Hitler, there wouldn't have been a Second World War. And other people have the externalist view, which is if there were no Alexander Graham Bell, someone else would have invented the phone.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like there wouldn't have been a Second World War because of that, but there probably would have been a Second World War another time.
Yeah. But the point is, like, some people think that history is about
the butterfly effect.
Yeah, that just happened because the zeitgeist kind of leads you that way, and some people think that they happen because of quirks, and if those people were never born, the thing would have never happened. In other words, if I were never born, somebody else would probably be sitting out there talking about Lincoln and Jell-O.
Probably.
And yet,
not on my show, though.
No, the convergence of the camel story and Lincoln and Jell-O in one program is a bit much.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That is so funny.
But you'd be shocked the things I know, Josh.
No, I wouldn't be shocked.
Random.
I wouldn't be shocked, but I would be. Nothing shocks me. Surprised maybe, but shocked no.
Yeah.
There's a
I don't know
difference.
what's wrong with me tonight. I caught it from Janet.
Planet Janet, Planet Gary.
Janet's great.
She's the best.
Oh, no. Hold on. Oh, I was reading with somebody. I always read the chat because I wait for people to be like, yo, like you two are getting too punchy. Like you need to
I'm
go
punchy right now. I got to go to bed, actually.
Well, we're at like hour 5. I think we probably should go to bed.
We're pretty, yeah. It's
pretty
been good, though. I've had fun.
Yeah. All right. All
right, Dr. Gary. Catch you next time.
Buonasera.
See you. Whoa. Blew it up. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for being here, and we will catch you on the next show. And we'll see you. Thanks.